Good evening. This is the Phoenix Union High School District Governing Board meeting for February 6th of 2025.
Can we go without her? Oh, yeah. Okay. Special meeting is called back to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of board member Ross. The first item on the agenda is 3B, motion to adjourn executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn executive session?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion to adjourn has been made by Clerk Oliver and seconded by Board Member Cross. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Motion to, next item is 3C, motion to instruct the designated representatives of the public body regarding matters discussed in executive session as necessary. Is there a motion to affirm instructions given to representatives of the public body in executive session?
So moved.
Is there a second? A motion to adjourn, no, a motion to, as moved, has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 3D, motion to adjourn the special meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the special meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to adjourn has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Board Member Meyer. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. The regular meeting is now called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of Board Member Ross. The first item on the agenda is 1C, Pledge of Allegiance and Moment of Silence. We will stand as Board Member Meyer leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing while a moment of silence is observed. Thank you, and please be seated. Next item is 1D, Land Acknowledgement Statement. Please remain seated as Representative Marquez reads the PXU Land Acknowledgement.
The Phoenix Union High School District is responsible for and committed to creating educational environments that prioritize the achievements of Native American students. We are committed to making their cultural identity visible by acknowledging that our school district resides upon the ancestral lands of the original caretakers, the Huhugum, ancestors of the Akimero Atham, Ankh Arthurmelo Atham, Thana Atham, and the Akchin. These sovereign nations are presently known as the Gila River Indian Community, Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, Thana Natam Nation, and the Akchin Indian Community. This formal acknowledgement is dedicated to the 22 sovereign nations in Arizona. PXU understands the importance of providing reparations through truth-telling. We recognize the historical injustices not traditionally taught in the classroom and are committed to practices prioritizing Native American knowledge, history, representation, and healing. We commit with an open mind to always respect the land, its histories, and its ancestors.
Board Member Pastor Riviera.
We are excited to showcase the incredible art from two schools, Desiderata High School and the Phoenix Coding Academy. At Desiderata High School, there is a wholehearted commitment to instilling a love for visual arts in students. The drawing and painting classes have been diligently working on projects that emphasize texture and value, as well as creating art that beautifully blends colors and textures. These impressive artworks are the result of the combined efforts of art skills students and advanced drawing and painting students. There is immense pride in their creativity and dedication, and it is a thrill to showcase their wonderful work. The senior students at Phoenix Coding Academy have brought their creativity to life by designing and painting skateboards using traditional art methods. This project allowed them to step away from the digital realm, embracing hands-on techniques and the tactile nature of painting, sketching, and craftsmanship. Each skateboard is a testament to the students' artistic growth and dedication, showcasing their unique perspectives, personal experiences, and the rich history of visual storytelling. Through the use of vibrant colors, intricate designs, and bold imagery, these students have transformed a simple object into a canvas of self-expression. The project not only celebrates the fusion of their hard work, pushing the boundaries of art while honoring the timeless techniques passed down through generations, it stands as a powerful reminder of the beauty and relevance of traditional artistic processes in the increasing digital world. Everyone is invited to take a moment to enjoy and appreciate the amazing art pieces created by these talented students.
Next item on the agenda is 2A, recognitions and accomplishments. We are very excited about the wonderful celebrations that we have tonight. We will honor and celebrate Black History Month, as well as recognize PXU teachers who have recently earned or maintained national board certification. Additionally, we will highlight the remarkable accomplishments of our students. We'll begin by celebrating our first meeting with a complete 7-member governing board. Tonight, we are excited to share the re-election of governing board member Aaron Marquez and the election of Francisco Pastor Riviera to our board for our at-large seats. Board member Marquez joined the board in 2020 and was recently elected to serve in the Arizona House of Representatives. Francisco is a new board member of the governing board and serves as a teacher in one of our partner elementary school districts. The filling of their seats brings our governing board back to having 7 active members, and we are excited for what the future holds. Congratulations, board member Marquez, Representative Marquez, and board member Pastor Riviera. Clerk Oliver. Clerk Oliver.
Oh, look, my niece. As you know, February is Blacks Making History Month. That's mine. And we are excited to share a special performance with everyone this evening to celebrate. The STEP team from the academies at South Mountain comprises incredible students who have taken their talents to the next level. We know that celebrating Blacks Making History in Phoenix Union transcends a month or a day. We pride ourselves in celebrating the lives and the legacies of the incredible Black leaders of the past as we push forward the next generation of future leaders in our schools today. This evening, we have a special treat for you as students from Bernard Black Elementary School in the Roosevelt School District are joined by the Academies of South Mountain STEP team for this performance. Their combined performance this evening is meant to honor STEP's rich history and cultural significance in our community while highlighting our future leaders' amazing talents. Please join us in welcoming the Academies of South Mountain STEP team to the front of the room for their performance this evening. Beautiful.
Board Member Meyer? Or do we?
In December, we received a message from an AIA wrestling official calling attention to 3 wrestlers from North High School, Aiden Galavis, Alexander Liberato Ruiz, and Julian Ceballos. Each wrestled a student from a competing school with special needs. These incredible student athletes were not overly aggressive, but still made their opponent work hard for their points. They gave their opponent an appropriate level of competition and scored points against him. It was a beautiful experience for this young man who ultimately won the matches against our student athletes and created memories that will likely last a lifetime. It is hard to put into words what it means when young people take it upon themselves to do good in the world, set aside any ego, and do the right thing. We are so proud of you, Aiden, Alexander, and Julian. Thank you for standing up for what is right and for doing the right thing. Join us,
Board Member Cross?
Can you hear me? Considered the highest honor in the teaching profession, National Board Certifications is achieved through the standards set by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. Teachers seeking this certification must demonstrate proficiency in the demanding criteria that accomplishes professionals are expected to know and implement before being awarded board certifications. Nationally board certified educators represent 3% of K-12 teachers in the United States. Within the Phoenix Union, we celebrate the 54 educators throughout the district who have earned this prestigious certification. Each national board certified teacher in Phoenix Union received $3,000 stipend in recognition of their unwavering commitment to the art of teaching and their exceptional dedication to their students. This year, 3 Phoenix Union teachers earned national board certification for the first time. When a teacher earns board certification for the first time, we put together a special commemorative bell for them to display and celebrate their accomplishments. Please join us as we congratulate Carly Pacha from the Academy of South Mountain, Melinda McBride from Alhambra High School, and Lindsay Holbrook from Metro Tech High School for earning certifications for the first time this year. This year, 8 Phoenix teachers maintained national board certification. 5 of them were able to join us this evening. Please join us as we congratulate Aaron Strong, Kristen Reb, there we go. Aaron Sandoval, Daniela Medino, Ryan Usuri, Kathleen Green, William Reimers, and Cindy King. Before we take a group photo, we invite Miss Erin Strong to the podium to say a few words about the program.
There's no podium, so I'm just gonna, they gave me a microphone, so look out. Oh, no, just kidding. Here we go. Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, Governing Board, and the PXU community. It is my honor to stand in front of you today as a person who has recently maintained my National Board certification and to celebrate our National Board certified teachers. As Ms. Cross said, the National Board process is one of the most rewarding and rigorous processes that I have been a part of, and certainly I think the rest of them can attest to that as well. And nationally, about 3 to 4% of certified educators are National Board certified teachers. Research also shows that time and time again, those children who have a National Board certified teacher in their classroom achieve more. Arizona ranks 16th nationally with almost 2% of educators who have a current National Board certification. In PXU, we're at about 3% of our certified staff. so we're a little better there. And when you look at how we have achieved, there are about just over 1,000 national board certified teachers in Arizona. PXU is 4.8% of that number, so that's pretty impressive, right? Yeah. In Arizona this year, there were 83 new NBCTs. We have 3 in PXU, one of which is a counselor, and there's only just a couple of those, just as an FYI. We're about 3.6% of those 83, and we're about 6.2% of the people who have maintained. So again, above and beyond all the time. We continue to also rank in the top for candidates pursuing their certification, and I personally think a lot of that can be attributed to the supports that we offer within PXU. We have a pre-candidacy course that teachers can take, and we have small group support that meets twice monthly, as well as the salary increment that Ms. Cross shared, as well as when one achieves their national board certification. And we appreciate greatly the board's support and leadership support in these endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to each of our national board certified teachers. Thank you, guys. Job well done.
So the board kind of stands here, and then if you guys can fill in, we're going to take the picture this way. So we'll all come on over here. Yeah, all us in the back, all us in the back. Well, I think this guy right here could be a little slow.
We're going to take 5 minutes to set up for our next portions.
Ooh, these are nice chairs. I brought my blanket with me.
We had a whole different sampling of chairs when they built the new boardroom. They wanted to see which chairs we wanted.
Oh,
We
really?
had to try 5 different chairs before they selected.
Nice. You did a good job. Yeah, very nice.
These are the ones we picked.
Yeah, where was I sitting just recently where the chair was just obnoxious? It didn't move. I was uncomfortable. I can't even remember where I was. So.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna.
Honey, you're fine. I'm not offended much. At my age, it doesn't matter.
You're funny. You're funny. Hey, so how's your Frank?
Check 1 2.
My Frankie's doing fine. We're only down to 1 car. We have 3 cars. We're down to 1 right, mine. So he didn't go to wrestling coaching tonight, but we're cooking for him all tomorrow night.
Are we ready? We set up? Awesome. So the next item is 3A, reports from employee organizations. Our representatives reporting are Mr. Esteban Fleming, CTA President, Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA President, and Mr. John Doherty, ADA President. Mr. Esteban Flemings.
Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, governing board members, community and staff in attendance here and virtually. My name is Esteban Flemings. I'm the president of PXU CTA, and I stand in front of you tonight representing over 1,000 certified educators in Phoenix Union. I'm here tonight to praise the work, advocacy, and generosity of CTA to the community, but also here to have some of the hard conversations. So, in case you did not know, today is National Compliment Day. So I wanted to compliment all of you on the board. I appreciate all the work and your willingness to serve the PXU community. Being elected to do a job and having to back up your decisions can sometimes be less than exciting. But without people willing to lead, nothing would ever get done. So thank you all for your willingness to sit in these roles. I would also like to welcome the newly seated board members from CTA. Ms. Cross, I know you were here last month, but welcome to the board. Also, for filling in for Ward 3, congratulations, Board Member Marquez and Board Member Pastor Rivera on your victories in the at-large board member seats. CTA hopes to be working with you all soon through our BEST program, which is our PAC. I know that some of the things that may come out today and in the future aren't always going to be rainbows and sunshine, but I think having conversations is the way we move forward. So this month, January has been chaotic and stressful for many of our staff and our students. In that chaos, though, I want this room to know that the educators do not lay down, and they continue to lift up and support our students and each other. CTA has worked hard to find organizations and encourage our members to support local charities this year to make Phoenix a better place. Since our last board meeting, our Council of Representatives, or CORE at CTA, which is our governing body and is responsible for our budget, has voted to approve 2 substantial donations this month. We first donated to another CTA, the California Teachers Association Emergency Disaster Relief Fund, a $10,000 donation to their fund to provide support for educators in Los Angeles County who lost their homes to the recent wildfires. Also, due to the recent incidents in Isaac School District and individuals not receiving their appropriate check, we donated $15,000 to the Arizona Education Association Emergency Relief Fund. This fund is used to provide emergency gift cards that help staff have fuel and/or food for their family, while the district sorted out its fiscal resources due to not reaching payroll. Thank goodness, though, their paychecks did arrive last Friday, and the district is moving forward in some type of way. That being said, the elected leaders of CTA have found it valuable not only to invest in our own, but to ensure that outside of this organization and this district, we are supportive and willing to mobilize around righteous causes. As recently as yesterday, when protesters showed up outside of Central High School with signs belittling and berating our students' identities, staff drowned them out and let our students know that this is a safe place. The body that I am here to lead, and I am lucky to support them, and I'm glad the way they support our students and our staff. With that said, this brings me to some concerns about the recent board retreat and the determination of whose voices will be honored in the space as priorities are identified under the upcoming strain of decreased district income. I listened to all the discussion around the models for the budget committee. I recognize that the situation you are all in as elected officials, because I am one as well. And I want, and that you all want to appoint your own expert or advocate on the committee. I heard that there, and I also heard that there is a belief that prior leadership, and whether that leadership is district, the board, union leadership, stacked committees that created a false result for committee recommendations, particularly around safety. Henceforth, the board's hesitation to follow through and some of its limited and some of its concerns with appointing a larger committee regarding the budget. I also heard that we want to move forward with all shareholders involved, as these are going to be tough cuts in the district. Yet, when it came to decide who would sit on this committee and have a voice to recommend to this board, a voice that would speak about how to trim the funds, specifically M&O, because that's where the majority of this will come from. The organizations that account for over 80% of those, because of the funds that pay their salary and benefits, were not guaranteed a seat at the table. If one or more of you elected to select an assistant principal, a payroll tech, a classroom teacher to the committee as one of the 7 voting members, then we would have a voice. If not, this board's compromise was to allow the superintendent, a group of 5 people, to effectively be relegated to the child's table for discussion with no voting rights. I want to add that this would still not guarantee that certified, classified, or administrative staff would have had a hand or a vote or a voice, because the superintendent was not required to appoint any of those groups as members of the district committee. So in committee, we could effectively have the livelihood of 2,800 employees during cuts and not one safeguard in the multitude of proposals, amendments, and motions labeled at the timestamp 6 hours and 45 minutes into the retreat, all the way to the end, was said to ensure that there was staff voice on that committee of any type. I hope when I lay it out in this fashion, you see where the term collaboration rings a little hollow. Do not get me wrong. I do not believe that the intent of this body was grounded in exclusionary practices, as I have been to enough board meetings and other places to know what that really looks like. The impact, though, is the silencing of the voices of staff who will be directly impacted by the recommendations to the board. I do not know what, if any, options are available moving forward. There may not even be a desire to reconsider the current makeup and plan by some of you based on the interactions from the meeting that it's on record. I don't know. I want to assume positive intentions in all my interactions unless shown otherwise, but it is difficult at times. That said, my membership has stepped up to help with outside issues outside the Phoenix Union boundaries. With everything going on in the world now, they would also be willing to step up to support each other and themselves to ensure they are at the table of future decisions and they have a voice always. I hope that everyone on this board recognizes that and ensures the equity of voice that you spoke of, and I know that the district values. Inadvertently or not, leaving people out hurts all of us. And I know inviting voices that potentially are going to disagree does not always feel good, but that's how we get a new perspective. So CTA looks forward to working with all of you. Even the best relationships, though, do hit a bump in the road. I am happy to be here, and I recognize the privilege that I have to speak in front of this board every month. Not all leaders in other districts get this opportunity with the respect of the board. So as always, I'm available to meet with any of you if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you all in the future.
Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA President.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, governing board members, and the PXU community. Welcome, Ms. Cross. I know I didn't get the chance to see you last month, but welcome, and Mr. Pastor Rivera and Mr. Marquez. I'd like to congratulate you all on your terms and your positions today. So it's good to see you all, and I'm glad that we have a full board now ready to roll. So with that, so now that you all are officially in office, I'd like to continue to find ways for us to establish and maintain the critical relationship between our employee associations and the governing board. And so the work of our association never stops. So as you heard CTA describe, they have been more than active and more than vocal, as well as our other sister and brother associations. So we continue to serve our members and educational support professionals across the district and state. You may not notice us, but our reach and impact is vast. I want to give a shout out to our district committees for re-engaging their members to advance our collective efforts. This includes our District Technology and Connections Committee, Code of Conduct Committee, and Interest-Based Negotiations Committee, among many others. I believe the work we do behind the scenes, which is ultimately presented here to all of you, is sometimes overlooked. The value that our ESP voices, perspectives, and insights bring to the table is invaluable and essential. I encourage you all as the governing board to be intentional about ensuring these voices are not only heard, but also respected and followed. Now more than ever, we know that we should refer to what PXU is known as the 6 C's: compassionate, collaborative, committed, courageous, creative, and conscious. The attacks on our nation's democracy, our communities, and public education are not new. However, this time, at least for me, it feels a bit more intense, more contentious, more on edge. And although those feelings are valid, they shouldn't stop us from coming together. We as ESPs and educators alike will stand in solidarity with one another, but will you stand with us? The uncertainty amongst all educators across our state and nation cannot go unacknowledged. In most recent news, Isaac Middle School and the educators within that district were and potentially still are in a crisis. My union brothers and sisters banded together, regardless of what mismanagement was occurring at the governance levels, to ensure our educators were heard and paid. We know the work is never over for us. Still, I can sleep soundly at night knowing I'm doing all in my power to uplift, encourage, motivate, advocate, and equip our educators across the state with tools they need and deserve to serve our students, families, and communities. Our educators are thick-skinned, and we're in it for the long haul. I know no leader's time is indefinite, for now, right? But at least in this space, it is. So please connect with and build that relationship with your fellow educators, because we will be left standing when you are no longer on this board. With that said, and in the spirit of our 6 C's, I'd like to extend the invitation and to educators across the state to join us at the job fair on Saturday at Central High School. Our district is progressive and innovative, which I'm proud to be a part of. And so we welcome you, and we hope you can find a home and career with PXU. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Doherty, ADA President.
Good evening, President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade, and Phoenix Union community. Welcome to the board, Mr. Board Member Marquez, Board Member Pastor Rivera. On behalf of the Administrators Association, thank you all for your continued leadership and partnership in ensuring the success and safety of our young scholars, faculty and staff, and learning communities. As we move into this month's agenda, I'd like to highlight a few key points for your consideration. As to the Budget Committee, I will say IBID, CTA, Mr. Flemons, we concur. Safety remains a top priority for all of us, and we urge the board to take action on approving the use of advanced weapons detection systems as a vital component to our safety plan. We understand the board's concerns, as well as some in the community, regarding the potential connection between such systems and the criminalization of students or the perpetuation of the school-to-prison pipeline. Let me assure you that our sole purpose in advocating for the use of these systems is to provide a proactive safety measure that protects our young scholars and staff in an era where violence involving handguns and other weapons is an ever-present threat. The Advanced Weapons Detection System is not intended to target or criminalize students, but to create a deterrent and ensure a secure environment where learning can thrive and families can feel confident that their children are a little more safe while they're in our care. Our schools are places of growth, opportunity, and connection, and the Advanced Weapons Detection Systems is one layer of protection designed to preserve that vision. Unlike other measures that might stigmatize students, the Advanced Weapons Detection System operates discreetly and with minimal disruption to the educational environment. Its focus is solely on identifying threats, not profiling individuals or enforcing disciplinary measures. As leaders, we must acknowledge the reality of the times we live in, where the potential for violence with mass casualty weapons is a grave concern for our schools nationwide. Implementing these systems is a commitment to keeping our campuses as safe as possible for everyone, allowing our educators and learners to focus on teaching and learning without fear. We respectfully ask the board to weigh this action with the understanding that it is a safety tool, not a disciplinary tool, and that it reflects our district's commitment to prioritizing lives, equity, and safety simultaneously. Additionally, we feel it necessary to express our dissatisfaction with the board's recent decision to remove the school safety grant from consideration on tonight's agenda. We believe this decision has direct implications for at least 2 of our schools, limiting their ability to access school resource officers or school safety officers. We believe by removing this item from tonight's agenda, we are now in jeopardy of not being able to consider or be considered for these resources. These positions are critical to the safety and overall well-being of our school communities. We respectfully ask that the board reconsider this decision and explore alternative funding solutions to ensure equitable safety measures across all of our schools. On a positive note, we are making significant progress in the interspace negotiations process alongside our colleagues in the Classroom Teachers Association and the Classified Employees Association. These collaborative efforts reflect our shared commitment to fostering a positive and productive working environment for all employees in the district. Thank you, President Flemons and President Jimenez, for your leadership. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the incredible work being done by two groups of our assistant principals. Our assistant principals achievement, who are already working hard on next year's preparation of the master schedule, a critical task that requires strategic planning and innovation to meet the needs of our young scholars and our staff. Additionally, our assistant principals of connectedness deserve a round of applause for their tireless efforts in leading and creating opportunities for our scholars with our staff to thrive beyond the classroom. Whether through sports, clubs, or other extracurricular activities, they continue to ensure that every student feels a sense of belonging and connection within our schools. Thank you all for your time, your dedication, and thoughtful consideration of these important matters. We look forward to continuing to work together to serve our district's mission and vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4A, call to the public.
According to ARS 38-431.01H, at the conclusion of the call to the public, members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who address the public body, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. We would like to caution members of the audience about commenting on a particular individual and thank you for not referring to any person by name. In order to avoid any concerns with interpretation services, please be aware of the following. We have a Spanish interpreter available to join you at the podium while you address the governing board. Only the PXU assigned interpreter will provide interpretation services. If you have a script on paper or on a device, we ask that you make it available for the interpreter. In order to provide accurate interpreting, we ask that you speak for approximately 2 to 3 sentences at a time and pause for interpreting. You will be given double the amount of time to address the governing board as a result. As usual, we ask that you end your comments when your official time allotment has ended.
Para evitar dificultades con los servicios de intérprete, tenga en cuenta lo siguiente. Tenemos un intérprete de español disponible para acompañarlo mientras se dirige a la mesa directiva. Solo el intérprete asignado por el distrito proveerá servicios de interpretación. Si tiene un mensaje en papel o electrónicamente, le pedimos que lo ponga a disposición del intérprete. Para brindar una interpretación precisa, le pedimos que hable aproximadamente de 2 a 3 oraciones a la vez y haga una pausa para el intérprete. Como resultado, se le dará el doble de tiempo para dirigirse a la mesa directiva. Como de costumbre, le pedimos que finalice sus comentarios cuando termine su tiempo asignado. Gracias por su cooperación.
Presentations tonight are limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. Tonight, we have the option for members of the public to participate in person or virtually. We will start with our speakers who registered online. Tonight, it looks like we have 3 requests to speak remotely. As I call your name, please state your name, indicate the agenda item or topic you wish to speak to, and limit your presentation to 2 minutes. Our online caller tonight is, the first one is Praful Niduram.
Good evening, President Napa, board members, and Superintendent Andrade. My name is Praful Niduram, a proud Phoenix Union psychologist and Phoenix resident. Nelson Mandela once said, safety and security do not just happen, they are the result of collective consensus and public investment. With that in mind, I want to address two critical safety issues on tonight's agenda. The first is physical safety, a topic that will likely receive significant attention. A key question our district must answer is how will Phoenix Union keep me, my colleagues, and our students safe and alive in the event of an active shooter, whether external or internal, like the incidents in Tucson just weeks ago. The second, equally important but less discussed, is financial safety. If we are alive, we need financial stability to survive. We have all seen consequences of poor management around us recently. So I was pleased to see Phoenix Union taking meaningful first steps in the right direction. One example is the administrative restructuring savings, which totaled $1.7 million. Superintendent Andrade and our chiefs have demonstrated that actions speak louder than words, and those actions start with them. Leading by example with reductions started with Ms. Andrade, her office, and her floor. Additionally, establishing a budget committee is commendable. As psychologists, I have one piece of advice for my Phoenix Union family during these emotionally challenging times. Irrespective of our differences, opinions, we must remain strong and united in coming years. We must prioritize three pillars of safety: physical, financial, and psychological safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller online is Jessica Gomez. Please provide your comment. Jessica Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to touch the subject of the Advanced Weapon Detection System. I'm here tonight to speak about a critical issue facing our school safety. As a PXU staff member, and more importantly, a parent of PXU students, I am deeply invested in ensuring our campuses are safe havens for learning and growth. That's why I strongly advocate for the implementation of an advanced weapons detection system in our schools. We've all seen the headlines. School violence is a stark reality, a threat that looms on every community. It would be naive to think, not my school, not my kids. The truth is, tragedy can strike anywhere at any time, and we can't afford to wait until it's too late. We must be proactive and not reactive. I understand some may have concerns about the cost or the impact of the school's environment. Let's address those head on. First, the cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of prevention. Can we really put a price on a student's life? Not just children, staff, parents, grandparents that are working in our school system? Second, modern AWDS are designed to be minimally intrusive. They don't create a prison-like atmosphere. Instead, they provide a sense of security, allowing students and teachers to focus on what matters most, learning and teaching. We can no longer afford to play what if. What if we had acted sooner? What if we had implemented preventative measures? These are questions we never want to ask. It's time to stop saying never on our campuses and start taking concrete steps to ensure the safety of our children. We owe it to them and we owe it to ourselves. I urge you to join us in supporting the implementation of AWDS in our PXU schools. Let's work together to create a safe and secure.
Thank you. Our next caller online is Daniela Quijada. Daniela Quijada, please provide your comment.
I would like to talk about the weapon detectors as well. Okay, hello, good afternoon. My name is Daniela Quijada, and I attend Mountain Point High School. I'm also here with Puente Youth to support our Students Over Surveillance campaign. Although I do not personally attend a PXU school, I live in the area and I know a bunch of people that do attend your schools. An issue I noticed popping up would be the addition of metal detectors all throughout more campuses. At first, I thought it would be a great idea because safety should be the top priority. But after researching more and experiencing metal detectors at my own school, I realized how much of an inconvenience they could be. Imagine this, going through what seems like airport security every day at somewhere you already dread to be. Wouldn't that just make you not want to go there anymore? Which brings up my first huge point. The focus on education would be lost as students decide to stay home more often. On top of that, after experiencing metal detectors, I realized how long they take to get through. At times, it'd give false positives, which would take even more time. I know this would be a huger problem with bigger schools such as Chavez or South, as it'd take lots of time to check every student, which would cause tardies. A finding by the Government Accountability Office stated that 46% of school shootings are caused by disputes, and 34% are with the intentions of suicide, which indicates that funding intended for metal detectors should be more used in emotional services or sources for students who are going through this. Thank you for prioritizing student safety. However, I feel it would be more useful to utilize weapon detectors when threats are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to our in person, and I'm going to call the first person, and then I'll call the next person. So Twanisha Hillis is the first, followed by Marisol Alvarado. One at a time. I'm just calling the next one. Oh, you together?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Twanisha Hillis, and I attend PXU City, and I also have classes on Central High School campus. I wanted to speak to all my fellow students and leaders of tomorrow. We stand here today to unite by a common cause, the demand for real safety in our schools. We, the youth, possess the power to shape our environment, and it's time we harness that power to dismantle the illusion of security that metal detectors represent. These machines do not address the root causes of violence. They merely create an atmosphere of fear. And distrust. We are not criminals. We are students striving to learn and grow. Our students should be sanctuaries of knowledge, not fortress of suspicion. The resources spent on metal detectors could be better invested in counselors, mental health programs, and support systems that address the underlying issues that lead to violence. We want real solutions, not superficial measures that infringes upon our rights and dignity. Let our voices be heard. Let's advocate for policies that promote understanding, empathy, and genuine safety. Let's work together to create schools where we feel secure, supported, and empowered to reach our full potential. The time for change is now, and we, the youth, are the driving force. I appreciate you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Next, Marisol Alvarado. After that, Jahir Hernandez.
Hello. Okay. My name is Marisol, and I'm coming here to speak out against metal detectors in schools. I think metal detectors in schools foster an environment that makes you feel like you're already being accused of a crime. You walk into school and you have a metal detector right there, it doesn't make you feel good. You know, school is a place where you should come to school knowing you have a free education and that it should be safe. SROs, you know, the police officers on school, I feel like are enough presence to make a student feel like they don't want to bring a weapon to school. And it's not about metal detectors in schools, it's about the way they make a student feel. You know, we should feel like we have the power to, sorry, give me a second. We should be able to feel safe at school. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little nervous. We should be able to feel safe at school. And our SORs, you know, there's enough presence to make us feel like, you know, we don't want to do the right thing. The way we fight violence in schools, gun violence, any type of violence is through education and prevention. $1.6 million went missing from Phoenix Union, and so we shouldn't be worried about, metal detectors. We should be worried about math teachers. We need math teachers, not metal detectors. We need education. So many of us struggle in reading and math. We need to spend this money somewhere that it's going to be beneficial. And I think, you know, that's what we need to do.
Thank you. Jahir Hernandez, followed by Victor Quesada. Guevara.
Okay. Good afternoon, PXU Governing Board. My name is Jair Hernandez. As the student body president of Maryville High School, it is my duty to share the feelings and opinions of the student body. The advanced weapon detection system that was placed last year was removed this semester. Although our morning routine has been much faster, there are many who feel unsafe without the weapon detectors. It is a sad reality that we need weapon detectors to feel safe in our schools. But it's better to be safe than sorry. After the incident that happened on September 7, 2023, I've never felt as safe as I do with the weapon detectors at school. Schools are supposed to be a safe space, but you guys want to take away one of the things that makes students feel safe? Make it make sense. We believe that bringing back weapon detectors is important to feel safe on campus. Although the hassle of taking our computers is very bothersome to all, it's something that us as students need to get used to in a country where gun violence is always a constant worry. This morning, I released a form to students about their opinions on the weapon detection system. 60% of students that did the form said yes to weapon detectors to reduce the number of weapons on campus. That's more than half. I care, we care, and you should care about the safety of your students. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Quivado, and followed by Angel Strawberry.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. My name is Victor Quevedo, and I'm a student at Maryville. And I want to bring attention onto how I believe that weapon detectors are necessary in school, because we live in a society where guns are easier to get than a fishing license. Do you guys understand how ridiculous that is? And to take away the one thing that we had that made people feel somewhat safe shouldn't be allowed. How are we supposed to go to school and get a good education without living in fear that maybe we're gonna get shot? 1 week after the metal detectors were gone, we got shot up at a basketball game. 1 week. That's ridiculous. How long are we gonna have to wait for you guys to learn how to do your jobs to make us feel somewhat safe? The metal detectors don't do much. They're a little bit of inconvenience, but at least they're there. At least we know that there's something that is keeping us away from getting shot up. Maybe it's not a lot, but at least it's there. Maybe something we need. We need something for us to feel safe at school. It's not that hard. How long do we have to wait for you guys to understand that we do not feel at school? We live in a society where it's easier to get hurt than get education. It's not that hard. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Angel Strawberry, followed by Carla Rangel.
Hi, my name is Angel Strawberry, and I'm a senior at Maryville in the GTA program. I'm here to speak about my experience as a black student at Maryville. Google defines nigga as a contemptuous term for a black or dark-skinned person. It was never meant to be a synonym for homie or friend. This slur is used to dehumanize black people, reinforcing harmful stereotypes. Saying it, whether with the hard R or the soft GA, is still saying a racial slur. Intent does not erase its impact. When I presented a speech about this at my school, many students called me racist, uneducated, and claimed my speech was a bad take on Mexican people. Admitting you're wrong means facing discomfort, and a lot of people would rather attack the messenger than confront the message. It's easier for them to call me racist than to reflect on their own behavior. Instead of engaging with what I actually said, they're twisting it so that they can make it seem like what I said was wrong. It's not an actual argument, it's just a defense mechanism. A lot of people are choosing to spread misinformation about me and my speech on social media rather than to address me directly. I'm frustrated because I care about what's doing right, but my main target audience doesn't want to do what's right, they want to do what's easy. And right now, what's easy is for them to call me racist and label me as a problem instead of fixing the real issue. I didn't do anything wrong. I spoke my truth, And the fact that people are spreading the narrative that I'm a racist idiot only proves why my speech needed to happen. I think we need to take accountability on our campuses to protect students from hate speech in the form of racial slurs. As leaders of the district, what are you doing to keep kids like me safe from racial hostility? I have a right to a safe learning environment, but that isn't possible until you're willing to hold students accountable for their words and their actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Rangel. Carla Rangel, followed by Ash Ramirez.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Carla Rangel, and I'm an alumni of Cherubon High School. I stand here before you guys today to express my concerns about the proposed expansion of the weapon detection pilot program. While we want our students and educators to be safe, expanding these weapon detector systems is not the right solution. Students already face significant stress, anxiety, and pressure to perform academically. Adding these security measures will likely foster fear and mistrust, sending the message that our schools are unsafe. Instead of investing in surveillance, we should be focused on creating environments where students feel supported, safe, and empowered. These systems fail to address the root cause of violence in our schools. Violence is often linked to deeper social issues like mental health struggles and lack of resources. While weapon detection systems may prevent some weapons from entering, they do nothing to address these underlying problems. We need to invest in real solutions like mental health support, counseling services, and resources that help students thrive. Vote no on weapon detection and police in our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ash Ramirez, followed by Santino Gambaj.
Hi, I'm Ash, and I'm here to talk against. Hi, I'm Ash, and I'm here to talk about against the metal detectors. I've noticed through the routines, you can hand your binder to security. They won't check it, and that's a big concern for many things. And it's a bigger concern that they can easily let students back into the campus after school's over, and they can hide a concealed weapon anywhere in the campus. It doesn't sound like it's possible, but it is. There's many hiding spots, many places security doesn't check. I've been at the school for 3 years, and it's very, very scary for many reasons. I've mentioned before, when last time I spoke, I brought a full metal decoy or whatever, and it did not ring. It concerned me a lot. I brought it with my Nintendo Switch inside my bag and outside my bag. It's really concerning for many of my friends. We're scared because even with or without metal detectors, there is a concern through shootings, stabbings, anything that can happen to any of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Santino Gambad, hard to read, and Jamana Abbas is next.
Good evening, board members. And my name is Santino Gamboa. My apologies for my bad handwriting. And I'm here to address the expansion of the weapon detector system. I say no on expanding the system and the call for removal of SROs. These systems make not only myself, but our students in all campuses feel like they're going to prison. And I would not want that for our students or myself. We deserve schools where we are supported and not criminalized. No to weapon detectors, no to SROs, and yes to a safer and more environment for the Phoenix Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Jumana Abbas, followed by Olivia Pino Rivera.
Okay. Hello? Good evening, Phoenix Union board members, staff, and community members. My name is Jumana, and I'm a student at Betty Fairfax High School and Youth Podet activist. I'm speaking today to express my concerns about the metal detector pilot program in our schools and to urge the district to end it. Metal detectors represent a punitive approach to school safety, one that criminalizes students
especially youth of color, and fosters an environment of fear rather than learning and community. Instead of addressing the root cause of the conflict, these measures create a climate of heightened surveillance and distrust between students and educators. Numerous research shows that metal detectors are ineffective at improving school safety and often lead to negative consequences, including the normalization of punitive measures, increased police presence, and the exacerbation of racial disparities. Rather than making schools safer, these devices create a prison-like atmosphere where students feel like suspects rather than valued members of the school community. This disproportionately harms marginalized students and deepens the inequalities in school discipline. So I ask the people demanding metal detectors on campus, how are metal detectors going to keep students safe in their schools? How are they protecting students from entering weapons through the parking lot? How is this stopping individuals from bringing ladders and sneaking into campus in broad daylight, which happened at my school? How are they preventing physical disputes, which happen between student and faculty, which happen almost weekly? Schools need restorative practices that address the underlying causes of these conflicts and provide meaningful support for students in crisis. I urge the district to listen to the voices of students who are concerned about the harmful effects of these policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Olivia Pino Rivera, followed by Layla Osman.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. My name is Olivia, and I'm currently a senior at PXU City High School. I also was a senior at Maryville High School, where these weapon detection systems were implemented as testers. Today, I'll be reciting a poem written by my fellow peers. Metal detectors, a waste of time. Our schools aren't prisons, no reason for crime. Search and seizure, rights denied. Education's the goal, let's open our minds wide. No more searches, invasive and cold. Our privacy matters, stories untold. Trust in students, build community strong. Metal detectors, where do they belong? Books not barriers, knowledge not fear. Safe schools we want, solutions are clear. Counselors, resources, support we demand. Metal detectors take a stand. It is not a matter of safety, it's a matter of stereotype. There is often this narrative in schools where there's a predominantly Hispanic and Black population that is somehow unsafe. It is not we as students that are the problem. We come to school to learn and for many to seek help, whereas we cannot receive it at home. Implementing metal detectors to somehow quote unquote make the schools safer is not a solution. A solution is to take those funds and use them for more accessible resources in school, to take these funds and spread awareness about the real and genuine issues such as gun control and mental health issues. We often see that these school shooters are loners, often observed to exhibit alarming behaviors. School metal detectors are not the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Layla Osman, followed by Jessica Femiak.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Layla Osman, and I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the implementation of metal detectors in school resource officers, SROs, and SSOs in Phoenix Union. As students, we deserve to feel safe in our learning environments, not criminalized the moment we step onto campus. PXU has always been a leader, setting the standard for other districts, and the decision to bring in metal detectors and SROs would send a dangerous message, not just to us, but to students everywhere. We've seen these measures implemented before, and we've seen their undeniable failures. Metal detectors do not prevent violence. They create a hostile environment, turning our schools into something that feels more like a prison than a place of learning. And SROs, time and time again, we've seen the harm they cause, especially to students of color and other marginalized communities. Instead of protecting us, they often escalate the situations. They criminalize normal teenage behavior, and they make students feel like suspects rather than scholars. To think that these failed policies are being considered again is not just disappointing, it's terrifying. It tells students that their voices do not matter, that their concerns about safety, equity, and justice are being ignored. If PXU truly wants to be a model for other districts, it should be investing in real solutions, more counselors, mental health resources, restorative justice programs, things that actually make students feel safe and supported. We deserve better. Our schools should be places of trust, not fear. So I stand here today not just for myself, but for every student who refuses to accept policies that do more harm than good. PXU, you should be doing the right thing, which is keeping our schools a place of learning and not policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Femiak, followed by Carla Cias.
Good evening, President Nampa, members of the board, Superintendent Andrade, and PXU community.
As we move into this month's agenda, I'd like to highlight a few key points for your consideration. My name is Jessica Femiak, and I am the micro school leader for the Gifted and Talented Academy at Maryvale High School. I am here representing my students, parents, and myself in regard to the Advanced Weapons Detection System. As you will see later tonight, Maryvale was fortunate to be part of the pilot program, and I worked both gates weekly as an administrator. The system has had positive reviews within the GTA community. As an additional layer of safety, my students did not mind the non-intrusive screening that took seconds, as it gave them tremendous peace of mind. It is an incredibly efficient system, and I never observe lines or students being delayed getting onto campus. For learning to occur, students need to feel safe, and the perception of safety directly impacts student enrollment. Under my leadership, we have increased student enrollment by 50%, and having a safe campus that is gun-free will help attract students to our campus. The hard truth is that my school choice families that I interview that do not choose GTA do so because of safety concerns, and instead will go to University High in Tolleson, Apollo in Glendale, charter schools, or parochial schools because they feel that safety is taken seriously outside of PXU. Under the pilot program, to the best of my knowledge, we were the only comprehensive high school that has remained gun-free this school year during the school day. I implore you to help change this narrative by letting us resume using the Advanced Weapons Detection System so that we can remain gun-free, increase student enrollment, and help our amazing community feel safe. Thank you for the shared commitment in keeping our school communities safe and continuing to be a place that welcome, love, and inspire all students to go play.
Thank you. Carla Cias, followed by Vanessa Casillas. You'll have 4 minutes with the interpreter.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Carla y soy madre de 2 estudiantes de la Bostrom High School.
Good morning. Good evening. My name is Carla, and I'm the mother of 2 students from Bostrom High School.
Yo vengo a dar mi opinión sobre los detectores de metal. Yo estoy a favor.
I'm here to give my opinion about the weapon detection system. I am in favor.
Yo sé que a lo mejor para los jóvenes es un poco tedioso llegar a la escuela y vaciar sus mochilas para que las revisen.
I know that for students, it must be a little bit tedious to get to school and for them to have to empty their bags to be checked.
Pero no es para que lo vean como que los están juzgando como criminales, sino para que ellos y sus maestros estén más seguros en sus aulas.
But they shouldn't see it as being judged as criminals, but it's for them and for their teachers to be safer at their classes.
Ahorita es muy fácil que los jóvenes aporten armas o traigan algún navaja o algo así que puedan introducir a la escuela.
Nowadays, it's very easy for students to carry weapons or to have some kind of knives that they can introduce to the schools.
Y yo como madre de 3 adolescentes, yo sé que para ellos es difícil ahorita la situación que están pasando en la escuela.
And as the mother of 3 teenagers, I know that this is a very difficult situation that they're facing at school.
Pero los detectores de metales sí sirven en las escuelas y les ayuda a estar más seguros en las aulas.
But these weapon detection systems do work and do help them to feel safer at school.
Y la verdad me gustaría mucho que sí regresaran el detector de metales a la escuela de mis hijos.
And I would really like for the weapon detection system to be brought back to the school of my children.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Casillas, followed by Killian De Los Santos.
Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, and esteemed members of the Governing Board. I am Vanessa Casillas, the proud principal at North High School. I would first like to thank you for making the resolution that declares our schools a safe zone for our students. I am here before you to discuss two things. First, because it has been removed from the agenda, I am concerned this will severely impact the ability for our sister schools to benefit from the same safety safeguard we have at North, an SRO. I encourage you to consider allowing our district to have another SRO. Our SRO at North has been amazing. He is not there to scare or intimidate our students. Rather, he is there to build relationships and be a resource. Sometimes our community will villainize PD because of a negative interaction they have had with one officer. However, the importance of an SRO is to build relationships and teach our students that officers can be good. Our SRO, and quite frankly, all of the officers we have worked with who have served our district as SSOs, have been incredible. I also ask that you consider allowing us to expand the weapons detection systems. Some may believe that this is criminalizing our students, but it is not. We are not being criminalized when we walk through these systems at sporting events, the airport, concerts, etc. It provides a layer of safety and protection for our students and staff. It provides them the peace of mind that they need to come to school and feel safe. It helps with the daily fear of, is this the day that I am not going to come home due to violence? I ask that you put aside your own political beliefs and do what is best for our students, staff, and community so that we are able to do what we were hired to do. Help students go places and do things that matter, which they can't do if they don't make it home from school safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Killiam De Los Santos, followed by Principal Stephanie Streeter.
Good evening, Governing Board, Superintendent Andrade, and fellow PXU community. We are certified teachers from Bostrom High School, one of the schools part of the Advanced Weapons Detection Pilot System. Metal detectors in high schools serve as a crucial safety measure. They act as a strong deterrent against bringing weapons onto school premises, making potential threats think twice. This preventative action helps keep dangerous items out, ensuring a safer environment for both students and staff. Moreover, the presence of metal detectors boosts the sense of security among students, parents, and educators. Knowing there are protective measures in place allows everyone to focus on learning and teaching without fear.
Research and statistics back up their effectiveness. Schools with metal detectors have reported fewer incidents involving weapons. This demonstrates their role in reducing potential violence and maintaining a secure, conducive learning atmosphere. In conclusion, metal detectors are a symbol of our community commitment to school safety. They prevent threats, provide peace of mind, and create a safer educational environment for all. Let's support their implementation to protect our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal Stephanie Streeter, and next is Jesse Hoover.
Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, Governing Board members, and our Phoenix Union community. My name is Stephanie, and I'm the proud principal of Trevor Brown. I have served TGB for 12 years, 6 years as a principal, and Phoenix Union for 16 years. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your continued commitment to reinforcing the values that make our district a welcoming and inclusive place for all students. Your leadership in ensuring that every student feels safe and supported in our school is truly appreciated. Second, campus safety remains our highest priority. Our administration team consistently receives questions from staff, students, and families about the measures we are taking to keep our campus secure. While we have strong protocols in place, we also recognize the need for additional tools that can enhance and support our efforts to protect every individual on our campus. To help alleviate these fears and concerns about feeling safe on campus, I am sharing their voices and urging you to consider providing resources such as weapons detection systems, which would further strengthen our ability to maintain a secure learning environment. These tools would be a significant step forward in ensuring the safety and well-being of all individuals learning, working, and serving our school. Thank you for your leadership, dedication, and an ongoing support in making our district
Thank you.
every single school welcoming.
Thank you. Jesse Hoover, followed by Lance Long.
Good evening. Before I get to what I'm going to talk about, I just want to commend all of our young people. It's so beautiful and amazing, no matter your opinion, that all of you have the courage to come up here and express your voice. I think that is beautiful. So round of applause to all of you. Tonight, I'm talking as a proud educator of Maryville High School and as an older brother of 3 siblings that attend Carl Hayden Community High School. Safety is the top priority in both of these roles that I serve in. It is one that shouldn't be taken lightly. You will, or you're going to hear tonight, lots of opinions about what decision you should be making as a board regarding the advanced weapon detection systems. No matter the decision you make, people will be upset. However, I implore you to make a decision based off of data and facts. You will also be presented with that. This board asked for the company providing the data to conduct the research and the surveys. Now you have it. Listen to it, and let that guide your decision making. As an older brother, I fear for the day that I receive the text that my siblings are feet away from shots being fired down the hall. Sadly, we hear them in our community on a regular, and no student or child should ever have to hear shots being fired at school or the fear of them being shot at school. As a teacher, I hope I never have to do what I know so many of us educators will do in a heartbeat, and that's take a bullet for one of our students, because we love our students. Are weapon detection systems the final answer to school safety? Absolutely not. But it is a step in the right direction to make people feel safe. That feeling of safety is crucial for relationships with our students to be built and learning to happen. Talking to my students, I ask them if they want the systems back on campus, and honestly, it's 50-50. However, when I ask them if the systems make them feel safe, that 50-50 turns into almost 100%, that feeling of safety. When asked what makes them not want the systems,
Thank you. Lance Long, followed by Kathy Bradley. Okay, Kathy Bradley, followed by Melina.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Bradley, and I'm a Strive teacher at Carl Hayden, which is a self-contained program for students with autism with high sensory needs. I am here to advocate for these students who are nonverbal and are unable to express their needs in words regarding their length of time on the bus. 9 of our students are riding a minibus. The first student picked up in the morning rides the bus for 1 hour and 45 minutes. In the afternoon, the last student dropped off rides a bus for 1 hour and 55 minutes, which is equivalent to a daily drive to Sedona for the most sensory needy kids in our district. We have communicated our concerns regarding the safety and well-being of these students due to the length of time on the bus to both of the transportation directors, the ESS department director, as well as the executive director of technology and logistics. We have suggested solutions such as various tweaks to the current routes using alternate vendors that are currently being used to transport other students in our program. And at one point, I was picking up a group of students in the morning to help alleviate the sensory issues. Even with a minibus, the length of the route is not safe for their well-being and education, and is not something that would be tolerated by general education students. These students are nonverbal and cannot express how they feel about riding for so long to and from school in words, but communicate it through their behavior. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Melina, followed by Stephanie Gonzalez. One moment.
I was just going to remind the public that if you have something that you're going to pass out, please give it to me. You cannot approach the board members.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, more like good night right now. It's been a while since we've been here, having our youth here, and for very good reasons that I actually expressed in November, that I expressed over Zoom, so I could repeat them if you like, but I know you all have a very important vote, y'all, right? Like, you guys have very important jobs. I know student safety is a priority, and that's why we're here. Right? As we're doing student safety, we gotta make sure we're not also criminalizing our youth. I understand a lot of folks said metal detectors don't take a lot of time, but it does fit to the narrative that it already exists of our community, right? We've been hearing it, and like, we don't wanna bring politics or whatever into this, but right, reality is people have already been calling our community criminals. Having these metal detectors is just reinforcing that narrative here. Okay, I know I went over the Grand Canyon Institute report and what the thoughts are, and what I took out of it is that the only thing that was prioritized with it was parents and staff. Students were not very mentioned. I saw the graph on the students, and honestly, students didn't want the metal detectors off the actual survey that was taken by Grand Canyon Institute. There's still misleading, there's questions still that are not being answered with this report. I mean, what are the dangerous items if it's not a weapon? I mean, my Stanley can be a dangerous weapon. I went to Maryville not too long ago. I brought in scissors. I think that's considered a dangerous item. It was never dinged by the metal detector. So I'm wondering, what is the purpose of these metal detectors? We know that these metal detectors are not gonna be the solution. I also did email you all a zine with also data.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Thank you. All right. Stephanie Gonzalez, followed by Michelle Ruiz.
Good evening, board members and community. My name is Stephanie. I'm a community youth organizer with Youth Poder. And y'all already know about it, so I want to go straight to the chase. Your own research showed that students didn't feel any safer with the metal detectors, so why even have them? We need to protect students, especially black and brown students, from being criminalized more than ever in the current political climate that we are living. Our students are not criminals, and we need to find real solutions that create safety. In the odds report, nothing pointed that having metal detectors actually created that safety. Whether or not people saw weapons doesn't mean there were any less weapons. People can hide weapons and go around the odds. It's not hard to go around a stationary object. Additionally, just because a gun violation wasn't reported doesn't mean that there weren't gun violations. People don't get caught or they don't get reported. The data indeed shows reduced incidents, but GCI can't say for sure that the reduction was because of the metal detectors, or if it's because guns being found on campus happen so rarely, or because PXU didn't include more schools in the pilot. South Mountain, for example, also had no guns during the pilot period, and they were only control site. They didn't have any metal detectors. So I'm here to ask you to stop criminalizing our youth and address the root causes of the issues that we face. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Reese, followed by Erica Ovale.
Good evening, board members. I'm here today because I'm talking on behalf of students. I work all over Phoenix Valley. The biggest things that have been happening these past 2 weeks in our community is ICE being everywhere. And the reason why I bring this up is because Puente has a hotline number, and we're answering to families who are seeing ICE in front of their doors. And we want students' only safe space is our schools. I'm glad Phoenix Union took the first step of saying they're gonna protect their students from ICE, but we need more things. Ensure we have police inside our campuses where there's not trust with our community with police as well. We're bringing barriers with these metal detectors going inside schools. Students are starting to not come to campus because they're afraid. We also need them to walk through metal detectors. So I would please consider of our DACA and undocumented students and mixed status families, because there's a lot of fear. I know we're doing Know Your Rights, a lot of rapid response, but I think we need to ensure of a plan. How are teachers going to respond? How is our SRO going to respond because they're there already? I feel like there needs to be more measures taken. And talking on behalf of students, we do not want metal detectors in campus, and we don't want no more SROs added. And to end the contract with Phoenix PD, we know ICE is on 4th Ave jail. School to prison pipeline is not just a thing, it's also school to deportation. So we need to take that serious and take students' safety as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Ovalle, followed by Dr. April Coleman. Erica? Erica? Okay, moving on. Dr. April Coleman, followed by Katrina Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. April Coleman. I'm a teacher at South Mountain High School, but I'm here tonight as the president of the Phoenix Foundation for Education. Normally, you would be hearing from Laura, but we were not put on the agenda, so I told her I would address you all in public comment. Hopefully, 2 weeks from tonight, at about 8:24, you are full, you are fully entertained, and you are ready to close out the night with us. We will be in Levine at the Corona Ranch again for our fundraiser. I hope that everyone is there, that you will come out, you would have a good time. We are doing something different this year. I can tell you that we have a mechanical bull, and we have paid our insurance, so please come out. I am not planning to ride the bull, but I might stand next to the bull. We also have permanent jewelry. We will have student entertainers. We will get you all involved in some line dancing. So I hope that 2 weeks from tonight, you are entertained, you are full. You might be a little bit tired because it is now 8:25. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Katrina Lewis, followed by Lillian Owen.
Good evening. My name is Katrina Lewis. I come from the Great Gila River community, Indian community. Thank you for acknowledging our land. I am coming to you because I have had issues with transportation. My girls are being bullied and singled out by their bus driver daily. This has been going on since August 20th is when an incident happened. I called, I emailed Raymond Gardina. As of January 24th, I sent another email to Mr. Henderson. Nothing came back. So my next step was here. So I am bringing this before you because the Native American advisor from our tribe did, ask all the kids, to write a statement. Apparently, the parents are supposed to come and you guys want to hear from us. I'm here. And it's been going, like I said, it's been going on since August. I've called, other community members have called. The bus driver, I know there was one incident where she closed the bus on a kid's backpack. And that was very uncalled for. And we come from a very, very tight community that speak out. And again, it's been going on since August. And I am frustrated because nothing has been done, never got a call back, never got an email. And again, our advisor from our tribe had all the students write statements. Nothing's been done. And I would appreciate for something to be done on this issue. And like I said, I come from Gila River. My kids go to Betty Fairfax, and there is 5 of my nieces that go to the school and ride the bus.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yeah. So at the end of public comment, at the end of the entirety is when we can direct the superintendent to look into an item.
Thank you. All right, Lillian Owen, followed by Julio Rubio.
Hello, Board, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade. My name is Lillian Owen, and I'm a teacher. Educators are overworked. Students have more complicated needs with respect to learning and life. Students need more attention than ever before. When I came to PXU in 2008, I had moved from local feeder K-8s and middle schools with class sizes that range from 36 to 42 kids. Labs could be dangerous. Phoenix had class loads, PXU had class loads that were lower, and they appreciated what it took to manage kids. In science, we had class loads of 24 at that time. That is what is considered still safe for lab, okay? I was able to boil water with my freshmen and not be too scared doing it, and I provided a safe environment with a little less stress. After the 2008 crash and subsequent budget constraints, we had to agree to increase class sizes and to increase our teacher pay. We had been on a freeze. Science is now at 32, so I have 40 extra kids a day, and I have an extra advisory class, and although I enjoy them, there's no real research that shows that it actually helps them. Times got better a bit, and we spent more money creating small schools that now might be losing money, a bloated district office with a really expensive downtown remodeled building, safer than many of our campuses. Now we have large classes, less pay than neighboring districts for many of our teachers, increased class loads for ELD classes, increased caseloads that were already way too high for our very undervalued and overworked ESS teachers. We have less students now too. So finance is telling us that class loads, which would have been probably good 15 years ago, now have to be higher, right? We had to and are now surplusing some teachers, yet we're hiring this weekend. I just would like you to sort of look at our budget and the funds that we prioritize for students, for learning in the classroom, for co-teachers, for ESS teachers.
Thank you. Our last speaker, our public comment is Julio Rubio.
Dr. Rubio, please. Just kidding. Good evening, President Napa, members of the board, Superintendent Andrade, and our community. My name is Dr. Rubio, and I am the principal at Carl-Hayden High School. And I want to first thank the board for the resolution in designating our schools as safe zones for our students. You know, thank you for always standing up for our students and for our community. This is something that many of our students have come up to me, you know, and being thankful, you know, for doing this for our students, and for all the efforts that our district has also done in educating our community regarding their rights. And I know that we will continue supporting our families and our students, and we'll always stand for them. But I'm also here to talk about safety. We noticed that an item was removed last minute, which is the vote for the approval of a safety grant that will benefit two communities from Phoenix Union. To be quite honest, I am disappointed that this vote is being delayed. Again, you know, we're pushing this vote further into more months that could possibly, you know, put at risk, you know, a grant for the safety of our communities. Also tonight you have an important task, which is to vote on the weapon detection systems. And I know that this is not all the solution. However, I know that, you know, this is something that our community needs, and that's something that will help us as principals, you know, to focus on what's needed, which is learning. And so again, I hope that you take into consideration everything that has been said tonight, because I also acknowledge, you know, the fear that our community have in regards to police. You know, however, we need to start building bridges and not burning them. And
Thank you, Dr. Rubio. That concludes our public comment portion. Thank every speaker that spoke tonight. We appreciate you coming and voicing your opinions.
Yes, Superintendent, and Superintendent, we need to look into the bus situation for Miss Katrina Lewis and her students, and I also want a copy of the statement and all of the names of students that have signed it. I also know why it never got to the board when it was sent. And I'd also like a timeline of the communications, the correspondence from Ms. Katrina Lewis to our staff regarding this issue. We need a break. I know it's late, but we're going to take 10 minutes.
Oh, wait, could you clarify, President Napa, could you clarify your last statement for what bus incident was that for?
Ms. Katrina Lewis talking about the bus driver
Okay.
and the situation with the students. Okay. Anything else? Board Member Francisco Pastor Riviera?
Yes, can we also look into the transportation for our students with special needs? I have several cousins who are autistic and nonverbal, so this is definitely a personal thing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for lifting that up too. All right, 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Moving on to 5A, approval of consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented? Is there a second? A motion to approve the consent agenda as presented has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? All right, then. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item 6A, Superintendent's Report. Ms. Andrade, please provide your report.
So there is the option to motion to move my report towards the end of the meeting in light of our special guest.
I make the motion.
If you want, we could just move item 7A. Is that the one we're talking about? Move
Yeah.
item 7A to right now and then take them in order after that, or however you want to proceed.
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next item is 7A, Advanced Weapon Detection Systems, AWDS Pilot Program Data Summary provided by Grand Canyon Institute. This time I'd like to invite Dr. Dave Wells to the table for the presentation.
Push. Is that better, huh? Okay. All right. So I'm always impressed when I come here to all the folks who spoke and how articulate your students are and the concern that they have. And you're going to see with my presentation that a lot of their concerns are sort of representative of some of the things we found. Anyway, so, cool. Oh, did I do something wrong? Or is it not? Did I kill it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So anyway, so this is when you originally did this back in, I think, passed this in like November 23 or something like that. These were your original stated goals. And originally the pilot was only going to be for like 9 weeks or something like that. And we extended it a year ago to go through the end of the 24 calendar year. But the idea was to reduce incidents and expulsions related to the possession of firearms on the Phoenix Union campuses, to increase attendance rates by fostering a safe and secure environment, and to increase parent, student, and staff positive perceptions of safety, culture, and climate on campus. And the pilot sites, as you know, are Maryvale High School and Bostrom High School, and the control sites were the academies at South Mountain, Linda Brill and Trevor Brown. But for the firearms part, because firearms, as disturbing as they are, they're fortunately relatively rare. I used the whole district for that and for some of the analysis here. So the next slide I'm just going to highlight relative to these initial goals, because we sort of expanded some of these things we looked at during the course of the evaluation. So we found support for the first and the third, but not support for the second. So we did find that firearm instances diminished, and I'll get into that in more detail. And we did find increased positive perceptions about safety for staff. For parents, it was the safety part was didn't really change so much, but they did feel pretty strongly about concern about weapons and the role that the advanced weapon detection systems play. So that's sort of an overview of what some of the things we'll see. So again, there's a context here. This is the Washington Post provided this in October 23 to show that across the country, these are 47 of the largest school districts that provided data. And you can see each typical school district was having 10 incidents a year, and that was about compared to 6 the prior year before COVID. And Phoenix Union's peak happened in the 22-23, where effectively your rate of firearms incidences had doubled over what it was before COVID. And that's sort of what led, obviously, to the exploration of advanced weapon detection systems, which a lot of districts are currently considering and evaluating and so forth, but there's not a lot of data on it. So there's not, you get anecdotal data of things, so if they fail or something like that, it definitely makes the news. If they're successful, it's not newsworthy. But we have two districts joining us, Mesa and Agua Fria, who have implemented it during the pilot, and I was able to talk to their safety directors and get some data from them, which I'll also talk about. But initially we did pre and post surveys. This was done last academic year. We didn't do them this year. And again, the reason we do them last year was because the students started at Maryville and Bostrom without the advanced weapon detection systems, and then they were installed in November. So the pre-surveys were done right before their installation, and then after Thanksgiving break is when the pilot started formally. And then we had post-surveys toward the end of the academic year. We didn't want to do them in May because that's when the end of the year and people don't want to do stuff. But April seemed to be enough time of experience to get that. But we didn't want to do and we're doing it the next year. Of course, what happens is you have your seniors have graduated and you have new students coming in, and so your student body changes. And what's nice about here is you've got a fixed student body. The new students who came into Maryville and Bostrom this fall had never been at the school without the advanced weapon detection system, so you don't want to have all those things changing. So it was just last year, and so we've got. So look at student, staff, and parent populations. Again, we weighted the student ones and the staff ones. I don't have data on parents. So, and we rate them based off of their grade and gender distribution, just to give you a rough idea. So at Maryville, for instance, if I'm remembering right, it's in the written report if I remember it wrong, but the 10th graders were slightly more likely to respond, both the males and females, and the 12th grade males were somewhat less likely to respond. So what you do when you weight it is you want to have the results parallel the actual distribution of students. And so so we'd slightly weight the students in 10th grade a little bit less than 1, and the male students in 12th grade a little bit higher than 1. The students who didn't identify as male or female, we weighted as 1. We did similar things with the certified and support staff. Certified staff were more likely to respond to the survey than support staff, so we would weight them. So essentially the support staff would be given a slightly higher weight and the certified staff a slightly lower weight, and administrators were usually weighted as 1. Am I doing something wrong? Click. Okay. So the summary of our findings here is that students and staff reported a significant decrease in weapons that they had seen, and staff reported perceptions of safety improved, but that also happened at the control schools, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. The student perceptions of safety didn't show any significant change after advanced weapon detection systems. Parents, I said the safety part didn't really change for parents, but they were highly concerned about weapons, and both staff and parents were highly supportive of the advanced weapon detection system in the post-survey. So, and again, if you were on the board, the new board members have never seen this. Some of these slides I showed you in June. And so generally green means good, red means bad, and yellow is neutral. So these are Likert scale questions. And again, it's always hard to know exactly what people mean by this, because either saw a weapon or you didn't see a weapon. But presumably some of it's related to scuttlebutt, where people have heard people talk about things and stuff like that. But you'll notice that in terms of the students, that they, in terms of seeing a gun, you can see, or a weapon, you can see it diminishes if you look at the red part, and relative to the green part, you'll see it basically cuts in half, from about 26% who indicated that they had seen a gunner since the start of the school year, and to about half that in terms of seeing a gun after the weapon detection systems were installed. And we used weapon detection in the survey. Well, actually, I didn't write this one. No, I did adjust that one. We didn't want to put advanced in it because advanced would sort of might potentially bias people's responses. So we took the word advanced out. And staff also see less weapons, and you can see this diminishes a lot, quite a bit, from 22% who had said they saw a knife or gun since the start of the school year to a very small fraction, about 3% or so, who said they had at the pilot schools. And now, perceptions of safety, as I think you heard from a lot of the different folks who spoke before me, is a very complicated thing. It's not just advanced weapon detection systems. So when you look at the pre and post survey for students, you don't see a significant difference in terms of perceptions about safety in terms of students there. Again, the red and the green are relatively similar. However, you do see an improvement for staff. So staff, you can see about 30% disagreed with the idea that they felt safe, and that diminishes to about 18% in the post-survey for staff. So you do see some improvement there at the pilot schools. But I do also want to point out, when I was going through the data, that we saw the similar thing at the control schools. Now, so Maryville had an incident with a firearm before the pilot started, and Bostrom had a serious firearm incident the prior school year. And so one of the things I know you notice is that the red parts are bigger in both of these things compared to the control one, and that's likely due to the prior firearm experiences at those sites. But you can see that the control ones, you also see an improvement. Again, I don't know why. Surveys don't tell you why people change their minds. But one of the things that also did change was that school safety officers and school resource officers were added, at least for part of the week, starting in January of 2024. And that might have influenced the results. For parents, the safety perception was pretty constant. Again, I didn't show both pre and post. This is the post-survey results, but the pre-survey for safety at the pilot schools for parents was basically the same. The parent things are not weighted. I don't have any basis to weight them. And then the parents were also highly concerned about weapons. As you can see, about 90% or so were concerned, and that one block of strongly agree was 80%. At the control schools, it was about 10% less. I mean, so they were also very concerned about weapons, and I presume that's also because they had not had the same prior experience as had happened at the pilot schools. And then we added a question at the pilot schools about, because safety is such a nuanced thing, there's so many different aspects to it. We wanted just a clear answer about how people felt about should the advanced weapon detection systems be kept permanently. And similar to your students who spoke to you before I got here, in terms of my speaking, it had a lot of different positions on that, and you can see that students plurality slightly favored it, but it's a pretty mixed view among students. However, for your staff, which is in the top right, and the parents on the bottom, very strong feelings that the advanced weapon detection system should be kept permanently, which again is also similar to the staff and the parents who spoke before I got here. So that's the surveys. And we also did focus groups. So focus groups give you an opportunity to try to explore a little bit about why, but they're not necessarily representative. They can be influenced by who's there and how the conversation goes. And ironically, we did this in April and May at Bostrom and Maryville, and separately for students and for staff. And while we were at Maryville that day, they had a social media threat, and we went into lockdown. So that was something that was added to our experience there. In general, again, students had less concerns overall about safety. Again, it varied from ones who felt, again, like you had heard earlier, who felt that the advanced weapon detection system did keep them safe, to ones who complained a little bit that if they're running a little bit late for school, that they had to deal with potentially being late for class because they had to go through it. To, as you also heard from folks who spoke here, who felt it was a lack of trust, that they felt like they weren't being trusted. Staff were quite uniform in supporting the advanced weapon detection system. And again, they had different other kinds of broader safety things. Again, thinking about advanced weapon detection systems as part of a broader plan, which they had different perspectives about how that could be improved. And then now I'm going to get into the actual quantitative findings in terms of what we actually found in terms of, so the surveys are largely perceptions. This is the data that we actually have. And so in general, these are the things that we've found. So I use a statistical test, which I won't go into great detail on, but essentially it's a student day thing. So if a student didn't do anything that day, they're a 0. If they did violate something, they'd be a 1. And you get a mean, and we do a mean test to see if the means are statistically likely to be different as opposed to being the same. So what we found is that there's about a 99% likelihood of improvement at the pilot compared to the control for non-firearm weapon incidences, which are basically knives which are 2.5 inches or longer, which means it seems to work. Because firearm incidences are relatively rare, I call this, we didn't have any firearm incidences at the pilot, so we have suggestive evidence that it did work. However, if I look at Agua Fria and Mesa, I give really strong evidence that they do work. And the nice little side thing that we saw is that the district may have done some other things, because there was some suggestive evidence that the district outside the pilot actually had a slight reduction in their firearm incidences. So first going through the student violation data. So these were the, outside of the firearm part, these were the 3 areas that we were looking at. Dangerous items, and dangerous items are things like like knives with a blade of less than 2.5 inches, airsoft guns. Those are what were found at Bostrom in the last semester. And a simulated firearm is not a firearm, but it might be made out of plastic or wood or something like that. And then a weapon is not a firearm, again, are knives that are 2.5 inches or longer. So when I reported that back to you in June, I had that left side for you, and it looked like there was a significant difference. You can see the 2 to the 16. That didn't hold up, and you can see that it went 5 to 8. And when I looked at that data more carefully, what I noticed is that the weapon is not a firearm, that was pretty consistent at the pilot. It was 1 in each of those periods. But I noticed that the dangerous item and simulated firearm area went from 1 to 4. And that seemed to indicate that the maybe students adjusted to it, or but that didn't seem to, there's no statistical difference on that. So I just pulled out the knives part, the longer knives part, to look for the analysis. And that one has 2 compared to 14. And in that case, there's a very strong likelihood that that's not due to chance, that there actually was effective in preventing these knives that are 2.5 inches or longer from there. And then I'm going to give you my little statistical slide here. Variance is a measure of how much a variable varies. If it doesn't happen at all, then then your variance is smaller. So generally, in this case, the variance we found for the pilot was 1/4 of the control. Anyway, so when we go to the firearms part, there were no firearm incidences at the pilot schools, which is what you want to have happen, because you don't want to have firearm incidences at any school. So that was great. And I'm using the rest of the district as the control, because to get a broader measure there. But the only problem on a statistical basis of that is if you have no incidences, then the variance is 0, because it's 0 all the time. And so I had to came up with a simulated variance to try to give you some idea, because I didn't want to give you data and say, oh, they definitely work. Because as one of the students pointed out, we also had no firearm incidences at South Mountain, and they didn't have the advanced weapon detection system. So some schools did have things, but some of your schools that didn't have advanced weapon detection systems also had no incidences. So I looked at using 1/4 or 1/2 of the control variance. Again, the 1/4 was what we saw with the knives. And anyway, and that's where I get a suggested likelihood of 90 to 95% that it was lower in the pilot. So over the period, there were 8 firearm incidences. And again, I am looking at like days and when they are on campus. Sometimes that involved more than one firearm, so that involved a total of 11 firearms, and there were 0 there. So it's suggestive that it's helpful, but again, I was concerned that we simply don't have as much data as I would like to have for that. And that's why I was wanted to reach out to Agua Fria and Mesa, because they've also have adopted it at all their high schools. And so what's happened at Agua Fria and Mesa is, so Agua Fria had 3 firearm incidences in the prior school year, and they've had 0 since they've implemented it in January of 2023. So they've had it for, I think, 3 semesters. And Mesa Unified High Schools had 7 firearm incidences in 2023-24, and they had none since they've implemented it this year. And one of those incidents actually happened at a school when the day they installed the advanced weapon detection system, and it found the firearm. So I've included that in the since installing side. That gave me a variance, which from a statistical point of view made me happy. Anyway, so we have 9 cases before advanced weapon detection systems and 1 since then. And essentially I looked at the number of students, the number of days, adjusting for absences and so forth, and compared the two. And there's a 99% estimated likelihood that the advanced weapon detection systems are working at those sites. And that's a much stronger data than what we got in the pilot. So that's why I wanted to report that to you. And then this is the side note about the district as a whole. So what we found is that the rate of firearm incidences outside of the pilot diminished. So it went from 5 to 8, but again, the second period involves about a period that's twice as long, more than twice as long as the first period. And so it's about a 70% likelihood, which isn't your normal statistical part, but since we're talking about firearms, I just wanted to point that out, that the district may have done some other things that had impact, and again, I don't know necessarily what those things are. Oh, did I do it again? Did I kill it? Or am I hitting a bad button when I do that? Anyway, again, I'm not going to show the numbers, but we didn't find any attendance was impacted at all. There was no clear pattern that attendance improved. And I'm not surprised. If you think about why kids don't show up at school, it would be sort of like a magical thing if the advanced weapon detection system fixed your attendance issues. And this isn't your chronic ones. I don't want Alyssa to get, she told you about chronic absences, which is a critical thing. This is all-day absences across schools. However, what we did find, I did look at incidents. I used 12 of the 13 incidents. So one of the incidences happened near the end of the school year, which gives parents not much opportunity to move their child out of the school because they've got to get their course credits and so forth. So I didn't include that one. But we had 12 other incidences that I was looking at what the enrollment was at that school site the day before the incident and comparing it to what it was 2 weeks later. If there was an end of a quarter period in there, I sort of moved it to the next quarter. And that's the idea, is to see to what degree a firearm incident, because parents are usually notified about that, led to parents disenrolling their child from the school. And we do find some evidence that that actually happens. So what we found was that enrollment at the 12 firearm incident sites diminished by 1.7%, and at the 24 matching comparison sites. So for the comparison sites, I typically used Maryville and Brown, and sometimes South Mountain, and Bostrom when we were talking about Linda Brill. Anyway, and the idea is to just see how that difference, and that's a 96% likelihood that's a real difference. And just to give you an example, again, if you have a school with 2,000 students, 1.2% is 24 students, and your financial people tell me that that's about $250,000 over the course of a year. And then the final part is that we didn't find the threats were impacted at all. So a bunch of numbers up there, but essentially the pilot sites were more likely to have threats than the rest of the district, and they're still more likely to have threats. And we don't see any evidence that the advanced weapon detection system has any influence on that. So again, in summary, we found that the advanced weapon detection system is strongly favored by staff and parents, and staff felt safer. The advanced weapon detective system pilot schools significantly reduced non-firearm weapons, which are knives with the blades 2.5 inches or longer, and it reduces firearm incidences, and that's largely based off of the data from Mesa and Agua Fria. And that firearm incidences negatively impact enrollment 2 weeks later, with a loss of about 1.2% added students. But the things that it didn't impact were student safety perceptions, attendance, or the impact of threats, which are typically social media threats. And I'll be glad to try to address your questions.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. We heard a student, and he's spoken today, and he's spoken previously, that said he tested the system with a metal something. How would that have ever happened if what he's saying is so?
I think, was that the scissors? I think I heard scissors.
No, he said it was a metal thing. Yeah. He said it was a metal thing, not a scissors. I did hear scissors from somebody else.
Okay.
Is that even possible that happened?
Well, I'm not an expert on the devices themselves, and Dr. Pierce might want to try to answer that. So we're looking at the student violation things are things that are actually caught, right? So if you have some percentage of students who are getting items into school, but they're not caught, then I don't have data on that. So
could a metal rod have made it through the detection system? What would the likelihood of that happen?
Well, I don't have data on that, because I mean that's not.
What does it measure then? If it won't.
So
measure?
what I have is data on. So what we found was nothing of all the student violations outside of that was reported in Mesa with the firearm. Those violations were not caught at the point of entry into the school, but they were caught inside the school. And so that would indicate, there are times when, at least from the student violation things, because some of those violations included a knife that was like 2.5 inches or shorter, that they don't. Yeah, the students sometimes do get the items in, but they get in at a lower rate than what the controls showed.
Dr. Wells, reading the report, so talking about the real world efficacy of advanced weapon detection systems, cited on page 4 of the report that the BBC did a report in trial walkthroughs. Evolve AWS machines failed to detect knives 42% of the time. Same page, the report also stated that Charlotte Mecklenburg School District, the Evolve AWS system detected only 1 firearm, while 30 were detected by other means, meaning only 1 of 31 was detected. And then on one of the slides, it gives a list of items detected by AWS in the pilot program, but there doesn't seem to be a breakdown of those. I think you addressed that also. Was there any direct testing of the machines done as part of this evaluation? Did we send any known weapons or firearms through? And did the system actually, the system and the staff, did the system work?
That wasn't part of what I was asked to do. I don't know if you want to address that or, yeah.
So I can address that. When the actual pilot started, as far as I know, they did not test anything like a simulated weapon to go through. However, I just spoke to, and I've been in contact with the GXC rep, and they have all kinds of data on this. And so if it's a ferrous metal, primarily composed of iron, he says that they have data after data that this weapon detection system on the setting it was on would have detected it. So to your previous question, someone's saying that, but the data he has that he can provide, and I just verified this week, is that if it's a ferrous metal primarily composed of iron, it's not going to get through there.
Thank you for answering my question. That was my question. So a follow-up, because you brought it up, why would we not do regular tests of weapons, simulated weapons going through? Why would we not do that? to see if the machines are working?
Yeah, and that's a good question. I can tell you informally, we did it once because we actually brought the gates to district because we deployed them at a different event, and we actually did run a larger knife through, and it did detect it. So that was informal. It wasn't something that GXC, the company, had implemented, but that's something I was right there when we tested that informally.
So along those lines, you were relying on our students to bring the weapons in order to test your
Board,
system?
Board Member Meyer,
Oh, yes,
I want to
sorry.
give Clerk Oliver.
Yeah, I also had the placebo question like in mind.
Yeah, I got it. So I know you're just doing the analysis of it, but is it GXE or whoever the vendor is there a recommendation that we test it so often to make sure the thing is working? It is every morning? Okay. Thank you. Is that the answer?
Yeah, the actual system is tested, it's calibrated, but not bringing through simulated items. That has not been something that's been implemented.
Okay.
As a regular testing process, no.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Meyer, do you have questions?
No, it was related to what Clerk Oliver was asking. Oh, but I do have other questions. Were any of these tested during off-campus events? Because I did get to actually see them at the weapons detection system in person, and I was told that they only tested it for like a football game. So I was wondering like if the instances that we were concerned about were also like with outside community members coming in, were those put to the test in this pilot study?
We actually deployed the open gates at the majority of our homecoming dances this last year. I would say there was 5 or 6 different homecoming dances that they were used, and we used them for graduations. Not the large graduations, but the small campus graduations, we used them for that as well.
I thought we used them at the State Fair grounds, the large graduations. Okay.
Yeah, it was the vendor we used.
Board Member Meyer, do you have any other questions at this time?
Oh, I did remember in previous board meetings, I'm a relatively new board member, they did mention about looking up for like tardiness and did these affect that at all when it comes to students getting to class on time in the mornings?
Yeah, I didn't get the tardy thing. I did observe them when I went to Maryvale and Bostrom to see how they were done. And there is a tendency for students to not always get to school early. I did observe like slight lines that happened and so it's possible that there was some impact on tardies. And I don't know if Superintendent Doherty or Principal Doherty's still here, but because he'd be at Maryvale, they might know directly about that. But your tardies, do you remember?
Good evening again. What was the question again?
It was about, did it impact the tardies at Maryvale?
Okay, so I don't have a specific report or specific data to it. I can talk to the practice that we have of the system during the school day. The systems were set up for entry to school and then taken down. And so at our gates, we continued to have the gates open for school entry until about 15 minutes past the start of the school day. And so by our own policy, at that point, a student is already counted absent rather than tardy. But we allowed them to continue to come into school. We still do. We still have our gate open without the weapons detection systems until about 15 minutes after school starts. After that point, we would close the gates and we would have students as well as the public come through our front office where there was a single unit in use for the school day up until about 3:30. And so students would go through that detector, and then our front office is a controlled space with magnetic doors. So after they go through the system, then they would go over and get their pass to class and be allowed through the door and whatnot. But those students were already 30 30 minutes past the rest of the kids. So we don't believe that there were students that were tardy because of the systems, because we kept the systems open until past the time when they would have been counted tardy versus absent. Is that hopeful?
Thank you.
And if I can follow up in terms of your question, so it prompted my memory. So Maryville, I was there off in the first 2 weeks when they started the program there. And as an example, a 3-ring binder was detected. And that was over and over. At the beginning, they didn't know that that would be detected, so they had to actually pass a 3-ring binder beyond the gates. So that is an informal testing of sorts. So I saw that personally.
Yeah, they also, I think there was also computers that they would do that for, and some, I think, water bottles, and occasionally they had issues with eyeglass containers. So I did detect things like that, and I did notice, students who had to go through again and had things to check. So that I did observe.
Board Member Pastor Riviera.
Yes, thank you. So 2 questions, one for a point of clarification. Just so I have an understanding, did you say that specifically these detectors detect metals only made from iron or iron-based metals?
So in consulting the expert at GXC, the setting that we had it at, there's a couple different settings. There's a 2BS and 2BE, Bravo Edward. That one is the setting that our schools are on, and that one detects primarily ferrous metals. And I'm not an expert in that area, just looking it up after we discussed it. So predominantly composed of iron, that's a ferrous metal. So to detect non-ferrous metals, they would have to raise the setting extremely high. But as an example, it detects a 3-ring binder. So that has enough metal in it that it detects on a regular basis. So use that as like a litmus test.
So second point of question.
And just to follow up with that, so the idea that it doesn't appear to detect simulated weapons because they're not made out of ferrous metals, that would be probably related to that setting. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I think that somewhat answers my next question. So if a student were to make, say, I don't know, a 3D printed weapon with, say, a metal like aluminum or zinc, would the metal detector be able to detect that depending on the setting it's set on?
Well, I want you to answer.
Yeah, and I would have to defer to the experts on that, exactly if it would, or what exact metals would be detected and not detected.
Member Rivera, we can go ahead and ask the experts that and get you a follow-up, because I'm wondering about the ammunition of the Ghost
Well, that's
3D, because it's usually, but maybe not. I'm not the expert, but we will follow up on that.
Perfect, thank you.
And if I can just interject, at some point, some of these answers we may want to discuss an executive session under a safety, so that we are making certain that we are not exposing any vulnerabilities.
Thank you. Reading the report, there's a lot of data in the report. However, it appears to be light on data regarding AWS device alerts when students pass through them during the pilot program. Of the students that pass through, and Maryville has a significant portion of our student population, how many times did the AWS device sound an alert?
So it's based off of observation, and I don't think the district collected any systematic data about that, and it was relatively rare in terms of the alerts. But I don't have my data is not going to be precise either. But it would be like, as I recall, it went off a little bit more for the Bostrom students, but at the day I was there, but it was still maybe 1 out of every 30 or 40 students or something like that. The other thing a student can do, as I recall, is if they go too close to it, because you're supposed to go in the middle, and if I remember right, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if you go too close to the side, it can go off. Too close to one of the posts, because what typically would happen, they'd make the student go through again, and they often it would be clear, and if they went off again, then they would have to check their or have them open their bag.
And that leads me to a procedural question. I don't know if you can answer or not, but maybe some of our PXU staff might. Every time that the alert was sounded, did the students get checked by staff? How, do students also check staff that are students that are not dangerous? Like, what's this procedure like?
And I'll go back to what Dr. Wells was speaking to answer that question in terms of activations and do we have that data. So it was anecdotal in terms of 1 out of 40. However, we both schools had an application that did track them. We on a regular basis didn't go through and track that because we could see it, and so we didn't track that, but I will follow up to see if we have that data regarding how many times it was activated. Secondly, to your question procedurally, if it was activated, yes, they actually had to take their backpack, bag, whatever they had. It would go to another table. Safety would then search it with an administrator. An administrator had to be there. They would search the bag, and then they would send the student alone without the bag through the open gates again to see if there was something else hidden on the student. And if it would activate again, then they would do a wand. They would wand them.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I would like to just, can we go to the slide about students' perception of safety? I know that there's surveys don't capture all the data. This is a Likert scale, but overall, I feel safe in my school. Pre-survey, we got 6 and 11% in the red for strongly disagree, and then post-survey, 8 and 13%. So that's an increase of students post-survey saying that they don't feel their school is safe. In your focus groups, was this explored, or was anything regarding safety post-survey explored?
So I guess I can't remember if I actually had the post-survey data. I don't think I hadn't analyzed it at the time we did the focus groups. This difference is not statistically different, meaning basically simply there's a survey error involved with it, and so these numbers are close enough that they're not statistically significant in terms of that. But again, it also indicated that in terms of students' perceptions, and the focus groups definitely reinforced that. Getting students to speak is not an easy task. Getting the staff to speak was easy. Getting the students to speak was challenging. So I would say the quality of our student focus groups was not as strong as the quality of the staff focus groups were. But again, we did find a variety of feelings. But we didn't find students who were like super, rah-rah about it. We had some students that had like stronger like negative feelings, but it was really sort of a mixed feeling. And we tried to explore other things about safety. And most students seemed to express that they felt fairly safe at school. And again, the students we talked to, because of the firearm incidents that had happened at Maryvale and the prior year at Bostrom, we asked specifically about that in the focus groups, and it was evident at Maryvale that was a traumatic thing for a lot of students. They had really sharp memories about that. At Bostrom, as I put in the report, I was actually surprised the students were not as traumatized, but that's because they knew the student who was the perpetrator and didn't feel as threatened by, and again, I don't know the details about, I know more about what the student brought to school, but they weren't as bothered by that because I guess they didn't feel like that student was going to be a threat to them. Anyway, that's roughly what we got from the focus group.
So 1/3 of our students actually feel safe on our campuses, roughly pre and post survey. So for me as a board member taking this into consideration, this leads me to root causes, because installing advanced weapons safety, or I'll call metal detectors, and installing SROs, SSOs feel very reactive. In fact, these are reactive, and as a board member, I want my students to feel safe on our campuses. How are we addressing these root causes to really figure out why our students are not feeling safe on our campuses? I understand students, the 47%, 46% neutrality, but to me, an increase of students reporting that they don't feel safe after their pilot, their school has this metal detector program, makes me wonder the work that still needs to be done. And again, identifying those root causes and figuring out how to help our students. I don't know if anyone wants to speak on that.
I mean, I can just say at the focus groups, and I think your staff can talk to you about things like bathrooms and so forth. There are different places at school that are more safety challenges, and so I think you can explore. And again, I'm not the expert to explore those things, but those would be some of the kind of areas that it could lead to. Because again, safety is a very multifaceted concept.
Can we go to the slide? Oh, I'm sorry, just Board Member Cross.
So if I'm reading this right, and my eyes are not as good as they used to be. So I'm looking at the two green ones on the student, on the pre, and there was 37% green, agreeing that they felt safe. Then we went afterward, and there was 43. So there was an increase in that as far as how many felt safe. When I looked at the percentages of the two red, it was 2% difference. So to me, if I'm looking at this right, if I'm reading this right, more people felt safer.
Well, the survey actually shows a slight diminishment in the green part, so it goes from 37 to 33. But again, those differences are, because you have to keep in mind that this survey was not a random sample either. It was what we call a convenience sample. As my understanding is that essentially a link was put out and students responded through the link, and then I'm weighting it so that the responses match the exact male-female breakdown in the number of students in each of the grades, so that you have a somewhat representative thing. But these kind of differences are not, so these could be easily due just simply because you'd get slightly different results if you did the survey another day. So they're not, I personally wouldn't read a lot into the little differences that you see here. But to me, they just tell me that the perception that students had of safety didn't really change as a consequence of the advanced weapon detection system.
Let me add to that about what the root causes may be. I can tell you during that time, during the pilot, where between the pre and post survey, so November of 23 to April of 23, or 2024, sorry, we had I can tell you one significant concern for students, parents, everybody within the community were social media threats. So this is capturing overall safety. So we had a lot of social media threats, which doesn't delineate within this survey. So other issues such as fights, unfortunately with kids, there's going to be fights. We deal with that a lot. But the social media phenomenon was very significant, I think contributed to this data.
Anyone
could
else?
I have, oh yeah,
Board Member Meyer?
clarification. Thank you. Could I have clarification on how parents and staff were asked? Were they also done through a convenience sample through a link?
Yeah, that's my understanding. So is that there were links that were used for that. And again, the staff responded, quite well. And again, the parents, I didn't have any, because I don't know, anything about their kids too much, so to speak, whether their kids are doing well in school or not well in school, if they're attending a lot. And my anticipation was that most likely it's the parents of the higher achieving students who are probably more likely to respond, but I don't know that, which is why I didn't weight it, because I didn't really have any basis to do that. So you just have raw data for the parents.
Any other questions?
Board Member Napa.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Wells,
you mentioned sort of the surveys that were conducted were sort of surveys of convenience versus like a randomized control trial or a random sampling. How does that impact, I don't know, the veracity or sort of the confidence in the overall findings?
Well, that's why we weight it. So we weight the results so that we try to compensate for that as best we can. So and this is something that happens all the time because, for instance, college, when you do political polls, and so a lot of you probably are familiar with those, that college-educated people are more likely to respond to that. Actually, Democrats are sometimes more likely to respond than some Republicans. So they always end up having to weight kinds of things like that. And those are, in those cases, they are trying to do some kind of a random sample. In this context, the best way I could try to get the data to be as accurate as I felt was to use this weighting system, so that if you did a frequency table of how many certified staff and classified staff and administrators responded, you'd get an actual match that would match the actual percentage of certified support and administrators. And that's the best I could do. But again, you want to just keep that in mind. So I wouldn't say that this is like, the perfect thing and so forth. I do want to put a shout out to Trevor Brown. They did a great job of getting response rates. I was really impressed with that. That made Trevor Brown particularly strong in that sense. But I weighted it anyway.
Just want to go back to weapons seen by students and by staff, pre and post surveys. Can we get that slide up there? Identify less weapons. So weapons still were seen on campuses, identified on campuses. This makes me come to the conclusion that weapons did make it on campuses that the weapons detection system did not detect. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, I think that would be a fair interpretation of it. And again, because I would anticipate that not every student who brings something on campus always gets caught. And again, so some of my later data is based off of students who get caught. And so, but yeah, it's hard. So and it's a Likert thing. So it's not like I saw it or I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
You've got all these like strongly versus somewhat, so there's a lot of things like, so what was going on through somebody's head. So yeah, this does suggest the red part that there are some things that are still present on campus, and we do have some support for that. Meaning, like we did find, some dangerous items and simulated weapons that were there. I don't know to what degree, because each person is going to make their own decision about where they're going to put their answer. So if you have a friend who said they saw something but you didn't really see it, and you got to think about which are you going to pick? And so those are the things I don't know for sure. But that's anyway. So but it does suggest that there was a diminishment though in the seeing of it. But it does indicate that there was still, from a student perspective anyway, that there were still talk about weapons in that sense. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Principal Doherty. Sir, so we do have the weapons detection systems when they're coming into school. Are students allowed to go to their cars during the day and come back on campus?
Typically, that's not allowed. If we do give a student permission, they have to re-enter through the front office where a system is set up all day.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? I don't have any questions, just an overall statement that schools are put in a serious predicament when an issue like guns in the community is not legislated and maintained at the federal level. This is a symptom that is going on nationally due to the issue of having weapons so prevalent and so accessible in our communities. I know that I've brought up here on this dais, what are we doing about safe storage How are we communicating that to parents? How are we communicating that to students? It has to be more than just a form. There are multiple ways to get guns onto campuses. Students, I mean, I was that student. I was testing those fences, trying to see how I could, get out just to have a little bit of freedom, right? So in all of this, we invested a significant amount of money into this pilot. We invested a significant amount of money to purchase the metal detectors that are now being used for this pilot. And the question to us is, are we going to invest a significant more amount that's already been budgeted, but still we are, from our retreat, we're facing declining enrollment. Safety is probably part of this issue, but this is a complicated question to ask of where are students going and why. But on that note too, I feel a responsibility to make sure that we have to do something if our federal government is doing nothing. And it's a sad state of affairs where we have to spend $1 million that we're going to spend or not, but we have that budgeted on something other than educating our children. And that frankly makes me furious and disappointed.
All right, story time. In 1978, I was a student at South Mountain High School. There was a school shooting. 16-year-old girl walks into the 700 building, flirting with a young man that was a basketball star. His name was Ricky Jones. Remember that name. It's important. Walked past him, walked into class, and within 10 minutes of getting in class, we hear pop, 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 pop. The doors go locked. We panic. There's no communication. What happened was Ricky Jones, my boyfriend at the time, that I passed in the front of the 700 building, was bleeding out and died in the front of the 700 building. That was my experience. I still have trauma because of that. Ricky Jones didn't take me to the prom that year. Ricky Jones didn't graduate. He didn't get married, and he didn't have kids. His sister contacts me periodically to see how I'm doing. Decades later, what are we putting our kids through? To President Nappa's point, this is one of the most serious things that this board will ever do. I would much rather spend this money on making sure our kids are ready academically to take that next step in life. But we live in a society where our government is refusing to act, and our society is not getting less violent, it is getting more violent. I'm a black female, if you didn't know. I've been on both sides of the spectrum. I was a third-year law student and got pulled over in downtown Houston after leaving my law clerking position and had a police officer point a gun at my head. So I know both sides of the spectrum. I was also a Phoenix police officer. School safety experts who I've talked to, because this concerns me and I know it concerns everybody sitting up here. So when we sit and we hear from our community and our students and our staff and our faculty, never ever think that we are taking any responsibility that this community, the communities that sent us here, are giving us. We do not. We have said yes, this board has said yes to counselors, to wraparound services. We've said yes to behavioral health measures. We have said yes to anti-bullying efforts. We have said yes to all that. None of that is going to stop a bullet. None of that would have stopped Ricky Jones from dying in the hall of the 700 building at South Mountain High School in 1978. I've spoke to members of my ward because they hold me accountable. If you don't think so, you better know it. Some of them are sitting in here now. They hold my feet to the fire. They ask me questions. And if I do something that they don't like, they come and they talk to me. In church, in the grocery store. So don't think that we don't take this seriously. I live it. I live it. And I live in that community. I came back to that community that produced me. So our duty here is to get these students ready to enter the real world. How do we do that? What does the real world encompass? Our kids have to go to sporting events. I go to sporting events. And you know what I do? I walk through weapons detection systems. When I walk into government buildings, I walk through weapons detection systems. I put my belongings on a belt and they are scanned. I don't feel like a criminal. I know it's necessary in a violent society where our government will not act. Airports, same thing. I walk through weapons detection system. Everything is not criminalizing our students. I would rather not have to do this. But I think it's irresponsible of us not to do anything. I'm not on our campuses every day. I'm not on our campuses every day. I sit in a hospital environment where I'm behind 2 sets of locked doors. We have armed security walking around my hospital to keep everybody in the hospital safe. Not because they're criminalizing people in the hospital. It's because we live in a violent society where our legislators and our executive branch will not act. It's a shame that school districts have to take measures to act and to keep our campuses safe. I have a panic button in my office. I'm an executive. I have a panic button in my office because we live in a violent society and I have to stay safe and I have to keep my team safe. I tried to get an extra layer. We're behind 2 layers of doors. I wanted an extra layer because I have to keep my staff safe. That is the real life. And if we're preparing our students for that next step in life, we have to make hard decisions. This is a hard decision. All of us up here have had numerous conversations, you know, not with a quorum, by the way. We didn't have a quorum. But singularly, we've talked about this because this weighs heavy on our hearts every day. And I know you all are frustrated. I know both sides are frustrated. I get it. We get it. Each of us get it. Doing nothing is not an option. Every time, so the board gets notified every time there's an incident on any campus, any campus. When I see Superintendent Andrade's text come across my phone, my heart and my stomach sink because I'm thinking, is this the time? Is it going to happen now? I can't live like this. If one person on one campus doesn't go home to their family, I'm not going to be okay because I have a responsibility. My community trusted me and they voted me in and they told me, go represent us. I was called a failed nerd because I didn't make it to the Supreme Court and I was reading while other people were playing in the quad at South Mountain, but that's okay. They said, if not me, then who? So hear me when I say this. We have to do layers. It's got to be layers. And we have layers. And this is just another layer. That's it. Now we need to teach our students that the world is not sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. It is real and it is violent. And unfortunately, we have brought them into this horrible, awful existence. If our legislators and our executives and our government won't do something, the district has to keep our people safe. Our staff. I can't have one staff member not make it home to their family. I can't get that call. I'm not going to be okay. So, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Clerk Oliver. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wells. You're excused.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on, next item is 9I. Consider hearing officer's recommendation and issuance of final order either affirming, modifying, or withdrawing the notice of dismissal of certified employee 2024-25-01E. Is there a motion to accept the hearing officer's finding of fact, is there a motion to accept the hearing officer's findings of fact, accepting the hearing officer's conclusions of law with the exception of conclusion of law number 7, and affirming the dismissal of certified employee 2024-25-01E?
President Napa, I have a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
I motion to accept the hearing officer's findings of fact, accepting the hearing officer's conclusions of law with the exception of conclusion of law number 7, and affirming the dismissal of certified employee 202425-01E.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Clerk Oliver. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Could I receive
Those-
clarification on what was voted on?
Sure.
Can you restate what you said?
Yep. I motion to accept the hearing officer's findings of fact, accepting the hearing officer's conclusions of law with the exception of conclusion of law number 7, and affirming the dismissal of certified employee 202425-01E.
And by dismissal, it means like.
If I can clarify, it would
Yeah.
mean that the employee's employment would be terminated.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also vote aye.
Nay.
Let's do that again. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next item is, wait, do we have a motion to combine?
Yes.
Yeah.
President Napa, I'd like to make a motion to combine item 9J with item 12C, approval of the revised district organizational structure for the year 2025 and 2026 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, there's been, the motion has been made. There's a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Motion passes. The next item is 12B. Let's see, hold on. Okay, after. Approval of the
President
recommendation.
Napa, I
Yes.
think we just voted to combine them. I don't know that we had a motion to approve them. We combined the items, so
After-
now.
yeah, it'll
so-
be-
Oh, are you going to do it after?
Yeah, after-
Okay, I'm
after
sorry.
12B.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the next item is 12B, approval of the recommendation for alternative to expulsion placement for student 202425-07. Is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for an alternative to expulsion placement for the student identified as 202425-07?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's been made by Representative Marquez, seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item next is 12C, approval of the revised district organizational structure for the 2025-26 school year. This item is being combined with 9J, approval of recommended positions to be eliminated for 2025 to 2026 school year and issuance of preliminary notification of reduction in force RIF letter. Ms. Andrade.
Thank you, President Napa, members of the board. Tonight, we're recommending the approval of the 25-26 organizational chart for the leadership team. In addition to the many positions that were currently vacant and saving this year, we calculated the savings for the 25-26 school year. So we did not include this year on top of that, but next year, this organizational chart should yield close to $2 million in cost savings under this current structure. We have included a rough cost analysis with the organizational chart of $1.7 million. As part of this downsize, comes with it preliminary RIFs or reduction in force. For example, we are collapsing the portfolio division. So this preliminary RIF accounts for 9 positions. I want to be clear that 5 of which are currently vacant. So there's no one in there to RIF. And we feel confident as a team that with talent, the remaining 4 can be placed appropriately within the district at a comparable job. So again, it's never fun to cut, but it has to start at the top. I don't know that it's finished at the top, but at least for the 25-26 school year, this is our proposal. If you have any questions, I'm ready.
Questions? Representative
Can I
Marquez?
motion to adopt?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion to approve the items as presented. There is a second. Motion's been made by Representative Marquez and seconded by Board Member Cross. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next item is 12D, appointment of Budget Advisory Committee members. Are there any board members prepared to appoint their representative to the Budget Advisory Committee? Okay, well, we can provide the name. Please provide the name of your appointed representative. If you have not selected a member, please be prepared to make an appointment at the March meeting. So, go ahead, Board Member Cross.
Okay, CTE Software and Apps Design and Yearbook teacher at Metro Tech High School, also a current CTA member, and was a former IBN team member, and he is someone that I trust highly, and his name is Chad Renning. Would you please stand up, Chad?
Anyone else? Board Member.
President Napa, I appoint Eric Thompson.
Thank you. Anyone else?
President Napa, I appoint James William.
Thank you.
President Napa, I appoint Jessica Galas.
Thank you. I will have my name by March.
Ditto.
Okay, I think that's everybody. Thank you so much. Item 13A, next meeting.
President Napa?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we skipped the superintendent's report, if you want to go backwards. So,
Superintendent's report. Ms. Andrade.
All right, I'm feeling like the closing picture. Here we go. Black History Month. February is Black History Month. Earlier this evening, you saw an incredible performance by our STEP team from the academies at South Mountain. I want to give a shout out to Ms. Nidra Shepard for helping us orchestrate that and getting them rallied, ready to perform. Throughout this month and year, we'll continue to celebrate the achievements, history, and contributions of Black Americans who have helped shape our country, regardless of the month. On January 20th, we honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. Now more than ever, his message of equity, justice, and service inspires us all. Let us celebrate his dream by making a difference in our communities every day. On January 27th, PXU paused to remember the lives lost in the Holocaust and honor the survivors who have shared their stories. This day will forever be a reminder to stand against the hate and work towards a world of peace and understanding. In 2021, the state legislature passed a bill requiring the teaching of the Holocaust and other genocides. We know the importance of teaching this historical topic so that we never repeat it. A heartfelt thank you to our incredible counselors for the impact they make every day. Your guidance and support help shape the future of our students. Today, I had the opportunity to head over to Metro Tech, where our counselors were being honored in a luncheon, and it was a beautiful experience to just hear about their accomplishments and their passion and dedication to our students. Carl Hayden Community High School has been recognized with the AP Computer Science Female Diversity Award. We thank AP Computer Science teacher Mr. Miguel Herrera for spearheading the work that led to this award. This achievement highlights the commitment to closing the gender gap in STEM. I want to congratulate the students and the educators at Hayden who made this possible. And more good news about Hayden, Arizona Senator Bravo recently hand-delivered the American flag that was flown at the Capitol in honor of Carl Hayden's library and all the literacy efforts being led by their amazing librarian, Miss Bianca Valencia. Congratulations, Carl Hayden, Miss Valencia, and a big thank you to Senator Bravo. All right, congratulations to the Bioscience High School. Like it was an upset. The small schools basketball tournament. This is real. This is a thing. Bioscience. Nobody saw it coming. They won the small school basketball tournament at South Mountain Community College. They edged out Bostrom by one single basket. This event has grown into quite the experience for our small schools. I just want to congratulate all our small school athletes who participated and just remind the Dragons that the Bulldogs will be back next year. Yeah, they're not finished. Okay.
Game on.
February is CTE month, and we are excited to celebrate the robust menu of innovative programs that equip our students with skills that they need for the future. Whether it's AI, automotive, DECA, FBLA, or culinary, those are just a few. Thank you to all our CTE educators across the district. We love you. This Saturday, February 8th, we will host our annual job fair at Central High School. It begins at 8:30 and it ends at noon. We look forward to a big turnout. We can't wait to meet our new educators. We hope to hire for all positions. And we do have a new hire incentive available for full and part-time employees. So let's get people out to this event. Incidentally, we're also hiring bus drivers. And so if you need to help us spread the word, we recently launched an aggressive marketing campaign to address our bus driver shortage. If you know anyone looking to make an impact, make some extra money, please send them our way. Our bus drivers are usually the first and the last employees to see our students, and they can play a vital role in their growth. We are proud to announce that Linda Abril Educational Academy has been named a national demonstration school as recognized during the 52nd annual National Alliance of Black School Educators International Conference. This prestigious honor reflects the work of Principal Eric Kemp and his team at Linda Abril. Kemp was invited to speak at the NASB conference and share the Linda Abril story. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition to our Linda Abril staff and students. We're proud of you. We have some exciting news from our DECA programs. We want to congratulate Camelback, Maryville, Trevor Brown High School DECA programs. They were honored with a Thrive Chapter Campaign Award for community service and promotional campaigns. In addition, in late February, DECA programs from across the district are going to compete at the state championship or the state competition. We're excited to share those results. They'll be coming to you where we can celebrate our scholars in March. The Tempe Bloom Festival. If you haven't been to this, you need to go. Metro's Floral students showcased an incredible exhibit last weekend at the annual Tempe Bloom Festival. Our students set up this like education or school themed display, complete with grade books. They had desks, they had the bus, everything was just completely decorated like school. And the admirers could give their feedback in a grade book and even give grades for the different displays. Metro Tech Floral placed 3rd overall in the competition. And this wasn't a high school competition. They were pitted against professional flower companies, and they placed 3rd. There was no school division, right? I want to just give a huge shout out to the Metro Floral kids, and they couldn't do it without the leadership of their most incredible teacher, Miss Jennifer May. Big shout out to that team. All right. Also at Metro, a couple of months ago, some of our students from Metro, you might remember, you might not, we got a lot of calls to the public, but Metro students came to the podium and demanded that they get the Flavor Fest food testing at their campus because they saw all the social media videos at other campuses, and I guess they were a little jelly. So we listened, and we recently had a delicious day of food testing on their campus. Check out our district social media for our marketing team's video. This one at Metro's already gotten 30,000 views on our social media platform. So Metro, you came, and we listened. All right, we have some exciting news from Phoenix Code Academy. James Williams is being recommended as the next principal of their school. Mr. Williams is an accomplished and innovative leader in the district. He went up against 3 highly qualified candidates who all did an incredible job of interviewing for this important role. We are confident Mr. Williams will do an excellent job, and we really can't wait to see the next iteration of our technology-focused specialty school. All right, in our continued celebration of classified to certified transitions, probably one of my favorites here, you approved the placement of a new CTE automotive teacher tonight, Mr. Wayne Day. He represents the academies at South Mountain. And if you know Wayne, you love Wayne. So that's just that. Mr. Day is moving from our campus facilities team to the role of a teacher. And we're so proud of him, and we're so excited that he can make such an impact now on students' lives in automotive. Way to go, Mr. Day. Can't wait to see you in action. Congratulations to Kyra Stewart and Nathaniel Reef from Maryville. They placed in their region's top 3 in scholastic writing competition. Nathaniel received an honorable mention for the humor category. I had a chance to read his essay. It was hilarious. It was about eating like a goldfish. He has quite a wit to him. And then Kyra received the silver and gold keys for her poetry. The gold key submission will now advance to the national level. So Kyra, she's going to the nationals. Only 7% of student work is placed in the gold key category. Way to go, Kyra. Congratulations, Nathaniel. We're super proud of you both. All right, almost finished here. Last weekend, I had the honor of attending the Phoenix Union Military Ball for our JROTC students. And to say that I am impressed with this program and these students is an absolute understatement. This group of leaders and standout scholars at this event made me so proud to be their superintendent. From our female-led student battalion commanders to our amazing instructors, there was no doubt that we're building the future of Phoenix with this program. I want to congratulate our military ball king, Hunter White from Cesar Chavez, and our queen, Kayla McNabb from North. And I want to thank all the JROTC leaders that gave up their Saturday and for all the work they do and for inviting me to this amazing event. It was my first time. Board, we're excited to share our progress in bringing more health services to our community. Tonight, you approved an agreement between Phoenix Union and Golden Health Initiatives to provide comprehensive healthcare clinics on or near Phoenix Union sites, specifically for our students, staff, and families. The first 2 sites that will launch are Alhambra and the academies at South Mountain. They will be open this April, and we want to plan to expand to other comprehensive schools and sites soon, with plans to have a home-based clinic right next door at 4520. This is an incredible step forward for our district and our community. I am so proud to lead this work alongside Student and Family Services and legal counsel at the table, making sure we're not getting in any trouble. The Arizona Cardinals recently recognized Mr. Brian Fair for our Director of Student Connectiveness for the Community Spotlight Award. He received this recognition in honor of Black History Month and his contributions to the next generation of athletes in Phoenix. Congratulations, Brian, well deserved. And last but not least, I want to end tonight with our work supporting our families during this uncertain time. I commend our board for standing up for our students and our families with their resolution to keep our schools safe zones. I also want to share that we had a standing room only Know Your Rights workshop at one of our schools just last week. The partnership between SFS, our legal counsel, and One Arizona is really providing critical information for our families in a time of need. And we are grateful for all of our staff's dedication and work in providing this service to our families and community. I attended the event with President Napa, who spoke, welcomed our families, and assured them of our commitment to the community. I know our entire board supports these workshops, and it's beautiful to see what our community does when we come together to help one another. President Napa, this concludes my report.
Thank you. 13A, next meeting. The next regular meeting of the governing board is scheduled for Thursday, March 6th, 2025 at approximately 6 p.m. 13B, request for future agenda items. Members, are there any items you wish to recommend to be considered for a future board meeting?
President Napa, 2 items. I had a request from students at Bioscience for us to review our recycling programs across the district, but specifically at Bioscience. And then I have a second agenda item to have a review of our current sex education policies.
Anyone else? All right then. 13C, motion to adjourn. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to adjourn has been made by Clerk Oliver, seconded by Representative Marquez. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.